Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Board of Zoning Appeals. We have just a couple people, I think, that have yet to sign in. We're going to move forward. We haven't seen so many people since before COVID, so thank you all for coming down. The only thing that's missing is the TV cameras today. So welcome and thanks for coming. We're going to begin with the reading of the preamble.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Liz Kukla. I'm the Secretary of the Board of Zoning Appeals. Now I'm going to read the preamble for you this morning, this Monday, March 4th. In compliance with notification requirements of the city's open meeting law in section 101.021 of the codified ordinances of Cleveland, Ohio, 1976, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted. All boards and commissions under the purview of the City Planning Department conducts its meetings according to Robert's Rules of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taken by voice vote. Abstentions from any vote due to a conflict of interest should be stated for the record prior to the taking of any vote. In order to ensure that everyone participating in the meeting have the opportunity to be heard, we ask that you use the raise hand feature before asking a question or making a comment. The raise hand feature can be found in the participants panel on the desktop and mobile version and activated by clicking the hand icon. Please wait for the chair or facilitator to recognize you and be sure to select unmute and announce yourself before you speak. When finished speaking, please lower your hand by clicking on the raise hand icon again and mute your microphone. We will also be utilizing the chat feature to communicate with participants. The chat feature can be activated by clicking the chat button located on the bottom of the WebEx screen. Please note that call-in users can unmute by using *6. All meeting activity is being recorded via the WebEx platform. These proceedings are also being live streamed via YouTube for public view. We have provided a link to the meeting for those who wish to speak on a particular case via our website and email. All requests to speak on a particular matter have been considered. We've also received emails from those who have provided written comment on a particular matter. Back to you, Madam Chair.
Great. Would you call the roll, please?
Sure. Wilson?
Present.
Holzer?
Present.
Brown?
Present.
Roca?
Present.
Faith.
I am here.
Madam Chair, we have a quorum with 5 members.
Excellent. All
Madam
right.
Chair, we do have we have one postponement case, actually we have 2, including the council person that is here. The
Okay.
first one is for Councilman Hairston's case. I don't know if he's on the line, if you want to speak. And that would be calendar number 24-021 at 610 St. Clair Avenue. Edward Turk, owner, and Joseph Wentz Lessie proposed to establish tattooing use in a C1 local retail business district. Is the applicant here?
Yes, and I didn't know about a postponement.
We received this late on Friday, so we apologize for the late notice.
Is it the person that pays for the application, should that be the person?
The councilman also has the right to request a postponement. The city and the council person, I
Is
apologize.
there any way just to cancel it then, because I don't have money to make, so they'll lose it anyway.
If you're stating that you're withdrawing, we can withdraw the variance request.
I don't see any other, I mean.
Councilman Harrison is on the second floor if you wish to speak with him. But
Right.
we'll catch it right
Thank you very
now.
much.
You're welcome.
We don't have Councilman Harrison online. Okay. All right. So calendar number 24-021 has been withdrawn.
The Madam Chair, Councilman Kelly is here to request a postponement. Leave the case that we have on the agenda this morning for him.
Right.
Calendar number 24-024. Not sure if you want to make a statement on that request.
Madam Chair, just, it's a vacant building, it's been vacant too long, vacant buildings cause all the problems that they cause. But clearly I have a bordering ward, and we have met some people Monday at Cadell, and another meeting that didn't happen. I know this is public, but clearly I need to have another meeting with entities to talk to people in my ward, the bordering ward, to explain to them how it's gonna look, what it's gonna be. I feel it's a good fit, but so much talk about it, I just feel I need to have time to have another public meeting, even though I know this is.
Right, but there's been no community meeting per se with yourself or the council person for the bordering
No.
ward, correct?
No, not with Jenny. Jenny's mother is Yes, hospital. and it's got-
Sure. Okay,
So I just feel that's the interest of people that have interest in meeting.
right.
I apologize for that. We just have to
So you're requesting a postponement,
postpone. How do we go? Postpone.
right? Okay.
And Madam Chair, is the applicant here to hear this information?
Yeah, no, yeah.
No objection to the postponement?
Okay,
Okay, so 30 days, are you thinking?
Well, would that be acceptable for you? 30 days.
30 days is fine with both parties.
30 days would be approximately April 1st or April 8th.
Let's go to April 8th, just to make sure you get the meetings in.
Yes. please.
Okay, all right, so calendar number 24-024 has been postponed to April 8th at the request of the councilperson.
If you received a paper letter in the mail, we will send another paper letter in the mail to you to alert you of the hearing date closer to April 8th.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
And you'll keep all our emailed comments for the,
It's already in the record, yes.
Right, already in. So excellent question, if you've submitted any communication to our secretary with regard to this particular case, they'll be held, you'll be notified again. And I'm sure the councilman will be sending out notice of when the meeting is going to be.
Thank you.
For
We
the
just-
community.
We just need a meeting with both council people together to talk.
Right.
about that.
And it
Plus,
will,
they would have-
right, it'll give the appellant the opportunity to present his case as well. Okay?
Appreciate that. Thank you.
So if there's anyone that's here for calendar number 24-024, you're free to excuse yourself.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
thank you.
Certainly. Right. So just to be clear, this is for 10022 Madison, which is the case that is being postponed. All right? Okay. Xavier, who was first, Santana or Star?
Councilman Starr.
Okay. All right, is there anything else, Liz, for postponements?
No, ma'am.
All right. Okay, Ms. Holzer, and I'll just announce this as a courtesy to the council people. We move their cases, if they're present, to the top of the agenda. As it happens, Councilman Kelly was first, and next, Councilman Starr is online, but he was second to arrive. So we'll be taking calendar number 23-229 as our first case.
Sounds good. I will read the case. Our first case is calendar number 23-229. This is at 2982 East 61st Street. ABA Enterprise Connect LLC owner proposes to operate a children's boarding home for 12 children in a B12 family residential district. The owner appeals for relief from the strict application of the Cleveland Codified Ordinances as stated in the agenda and the public record, of which there is one. This case was postponed from January 29th to allow time for community review and to repost with the correct number of children as 12. And with that, I will hand it over to Ms. Wilson for the oath.
Ms. Holzer. Madam Chair, is there anyone in the room who wishes to speak in this matter? I'm not seeing anyone at the table.
Yes. Okay, it looks like we have a couple of people. Those people that are in, okay. If you're here to speak for this case, please raise your hand so I can see. I'm seeing 2 people, 3 people. All right, we're going to ask you to move forward to the table, please.
Okay, and while they move to the table, I'm seeing one hand online, so I will go ahead and swear you in. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth? Please raise your right hand, reply with I do, your name and your address.
We're doing online first.
You, Kadzama Tamachani, 2982 East 61st Street.
Okay, I'm sorry, it kind of cut out. Did I hear you say I do?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and can I have you spell your name for the record, please?
Yes, it is Kudzai. Last name is Matemachani.
Okay, and for the benefit of our chair, can I have you pronounce it one more time?
Kudzai Matemachani.
Okay, thank you so much. Is there anyone else online who wishes to speak in this matter?
Yes, Councilman Richard Starr.
All right, go ahead and swear in, Councilman.
Councilman Richard Starr, 601 Lakeside, room 220.
Okay, and do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Alan Costner, I see your hand is up. Go ahead and swear in, please. All right, maybe that is a mistake. We'll move on to the people in the room who wish to speak in this matter. We'll start first. I see someone at the table in a green jacket. Let's start at that side of the room
Okay.
and then work our way over.
So this,
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
State your name and your address.
My name is Althea Van Horn. I live at 2988 East 61st Street.
Thank you.
sir,
Just go down the line.
Peter Bazook, 5900 Maurice Avenue.
could you repeat the name, please?
Peter Bazook, B-A-S.
Thank you.
And did I hear you say I do, Peter?
I do.
Okay, thank you. Next person.
Kathy McDonald. I live at 3159 East 65th Street, apartment 2.
And do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the whole truth?
I do.
Thank you. Next person.
Joan Sikora, Sickora, 3009 East 61st.
I do.
I do.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Bonnie Norman, 2996 East 61st Street. I do.
Thank you. Is there anyone else?
Yes, one more person. Go ahead.
Jane Rolfe, I don't know that. 2923 East 64th.
Okay, great. If you won't,
You guys want to pull
yeah,
chairs
pull
around
chairs
and
up.
sit around the
Roll them
table
up.
here.
Okay, and just to double check, is there anyone else online who wishes to speak in this matter that did not swear in? I see a few extra hands up. Pastor Gibson, are you here for this matter?
Yes.
Okay, I'll go ahead and swear you in. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth? Please raise your right hand, reply with I do, your name and your address.
I affirm 6114 Francis Avenue, Cleveland, Ohio.
Okay, thank you. And going twice for Alan Costner, are you here for this matter?
Jeez.
All right, hearing nothing, back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right. Go ahead, Liz. Mhm.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's been no change in the zoning of this property since 1929. In our Records Administration Office, we found that in 1927, a permit was issued to repair fire loss in a residential property. 1963, a garage was erected on the property. In 1971, a chain fence was erected. There are no variances on file for this address. And then in 2019, we found that a permit was issued to board up the property. Then in 2020, we see that there were exterior and interior alterations on the property as well. That's all that I have. Thank you.
Great. Who do we have doing legal today?
You got me.
All right, excellent.
All right, Madam Chair, members of the board, appellant is requesting a use variance from the requirements of the zoning code. To obtain the variance, appellant must prove that denying the request, One, will result in an unnecessary hardship particular to the property such that there will be no economically feasible use of the property without the variance. Two, will deprive the appellant of substantial property rights. And three, that gaining the variance will not be contrary to the purpose and intent of the zoning code.
Great, thank you. All right, this case was postponed from January 29th to allow the community time to have the repost of the correct number of children. All right, we have quite a few people speaking today, and this kind of goes for several of the cases. So we're going to ask you to be succinct, try to limit your public comment to 2 minutes. You'll go through the chair. Please don't speak out of turn or without being recognized. We have a court reporter who's online with us. So before you speak, state your name so she knows who's making the statement. All right, is that clear for everyone? All right. Okay, who's going to be the spokesperson?
I guess I am. Yeah.
They're not the appellant. Yeah, it's the appellant needs to speak first.
You're on mute, ma'am.
Good morning.
Good morning. We can hear you now.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everybody. I want to thank you all for having me. My name is Kudzai Matemachani, OSEC Foundation. I am a social worker, graduated from Cleveland State University, and I am here today to see if I could get support for a zoning appeal. The purpose of this home is to provide a safe haven for youth that are in foster care. On this property, if you see the pictures that I did post, a lot of work has been put into this home to make this a safe space for youth, specifically boys. Ages are from 8 all the way through 21. The staff ratio that we are looking at having there is 1:3. The youth that will be in that home will be youth that have been removed from their biological families, and we work with them to re-enter and hopefully see if we can establish those positive connections with their family to get these kiddos back home. On site, we do have a nurse and a psychiatrist that'll be able to work with the youth and the families as it pertains to working with them to bridge that gap in whatever issues and concerns that the child might have, as well as the families. One of my biggest passions is bridging the gap and the void when it comes to youth and families that need us as a whole, as a community. So we are here seeking the ability to provide assistance for youth that are in foster care. If you see the drawings, this we are asking for it's a 12-bedroom home. And if you see from these drawings, this is exactly how our floor level and plans will be as it pertains to the use and what we would like to do as it pertains to working with youth. And I always like to say, as everyone knows, a lot of youth just being removed in itself can be a very difficult thing for youth to deal with. So we are really here trying to help the best way possible as it pertains to helping kids and hopefully keeping families together. Thank you.
Okay. So it's a 12-bedroom house, so you're looking for 12-person occupancy. So that's one boy to a room then, is that correct?
Yes, and there's some rooms that we can also do doubles as well. So.
All right. And how many bathrooms are there?
There are 3 full bathrooms.
Okay. And the ages are 8 to 21, is that correct?
Correct.
And are you separating them by age, by floor?
Yes. So we will have the younger kiddos, and obviously depending on the ages of the kids, We could have the younger kiddos on the first floor and the older kids on the second floor.
Okay.
But of course, how we group them is, of course, age appropriate. We would never put a younger kiddo with an older kiddo. So just obviously looking at safety first and kind of what that home is going to look like as it pertains to personalities of the kids as well.
Okay. So you have a 1-to-3 ratio for staff.
Correct.
And give us the number of shifts you're gonna have and how many staff you're gonna have on each shift.
Correct. So our first shift is 7 to 3. Our second shift is 3 to 11. And our third shift is 11 to 7. So with having our staff ratio being 1 to 3, it would be 3 staff on a shift at all times.
I didn't even get that. I got 7 a.m. to 3 and then the other 2.
7 to 3, 3 to 11, 11 to 7.
Thank you.
Yes.
Got it?
The time, yes.
Okay. And 3 staff per shift.
Correct.
Okay, you mentioned that you're gonna have an RN and someone for mental health. Are they gonna be on staff
Yeah.
all the time?
Yes.
Okay, so one of your, is that in addition to your 3 staff or including?
It's in addition to, because with the nurse and the psychiatrist, it's a separate entity. So with the 3 staff, we have 1 supervisor that is a youth care worker as well. And then we have, so it's 3 staff in total and then the nurse.
Okay, so 3 staff plus RN.
Correct.
Okay. And how are you handling drug administration?
We have a psychiatrist on board and our nurse on board. So we have a locked room that has all the controlled substances.
And are they going to be giving the medication to those that might be, to those boys that are going to require it or need it? And is the RN administer the meds to the minors, and are those 18 and up expected to take it themselves?
So yes, so the nurse is going to be the one administering the medication. Now, as it pertains to 18 years old, they still have to get the medication through the nurse if they're still in our care.
Okay. All right.
But they do as a
What? Yeah.
Joe Jones just repeated himself.
Okay, thank you. We had someone that we needed to mute, so go ahead.
Oh.
So that's
Yes.
the drugs. Talk about meals.
Yes, so with our meals, we have planned meal program. So we do have a chef that comes in and does all of the meal prepping for the kids. So we try to be very accommodating as it pertains to what the kids eat, because a lot of kids, just coming from different placements, they always assume that the food is going to be terrible. So we involve the kids greatly in, hey, what do you guys want to eat? What do you guys like to eat? And then we plan our meals. We try to make it different, the best way possible, and very inclusive in what they enjoy, because meals do bring people together and it does make the kids very happy. So with breakfast, obviously when they're going to school, depending on time, they might cereal, fruit, bacon, eggs, pancakes, sausage. We have a lot of kids right now. Some of them are really picky. So we just try to obviously meet with them and figure out what they like, just to make that transition a lot easier for them.
So talk to us about how you're handling school and anyone that might be having a job, and how you're handling transportation.
Yes. So with kids, depending on the specific county, a lot of the counties like their kids to go to a brick and mortar school. So we'll work with the county to ensure that the child is going to the nearest school district, or the school district that best meets their needs. As it pertains to transportation, our staff, we do have a driver that'll be transporting the kids if they either need to be picked up to school early, if they have different forms of appointments as it pertains to doing things out in the community. So we have a van. and our van is able to transport the kids wherever they need to go. And yes.
All right, and what type of enrichment activities are you doing?
So right now what we do is we have like a little chore chart, and with the chores, kids can earn points. They come up with whatever outdoor activities that they want to do. So if they want to go to Sky Zone, if they want to go to Get Air, a lot of them like to go to Dave and Buster's. They like to go to the track. They like to play football, basketball. They want to go to a Cavs game. I know that they wanted to do the ice skating toboggan, I believe it was, but I don't know if they're still going to be able to do it now with the weather kind of changing. But I know with our other group, we just took them to Disney World. So just different things that the kids can, that they want to do. So we try to kind of bridge that gap because we know, and just change their perspective of being in care. So even though they are in care, we don't want to make them feel like they're in care. And I think, you know, for us, it's really, we stand for one child every chance. And even when they went to Disney World, they were super excited about it. And just kind of giving them that opportunity that they might not be able to get in other places or, yeah.
Okay, great. I just want to touch base with Councilman Starr. Typically, the council people like to speak last. Is that the case for you at this council?
Yes. Yes,
All right.
I will go last.
Okay.
I'll one.
All right, we're going to proceed with comment then.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let me go to the pastor.
Thanks, members of the board. Thanks for your service. Thanks for hearing. So on this topic, there's a broad range of community sentiment. I was able to attend the meeting, and so for those who are in favor, those who are opposed, from my perspective, I think that the mission that has been expressed is a worthy mission, and so also think that so there are concerns about youth and how the youth would interact with the community. Whatever your decision is, we stand to support your decision. And so if it's your decision to have the home receive the variance, we will work with them, including but not limited to making our services and our gym available. So we want to make sure that, again, whatever your decision is, we want to be a good neighbor, understanding that there's a wide range of perspectives here. And I'll stop there.
All right, so you are, should this be approved, you are open to working with them to use the gym and what other services you might have. Is that correct?
Yes, we will support them and all of our neighbors in the Hyacinth neighborhood.
Okay, great. All right, did I have anyone else online for this?
No, everyone's in person.
Okay. All right, we'll start with you at this end then. Go ahead. And remember, please, to state your name before you speak.
Hi, my name is Althea Van Horn, and I live at 2988 East 61st Street. You have one of the pictures there where I'm actually the apartment building, if they can go back. And I'm kind of opposed to it because of the variance of feet between the properties. I do, like I said, I purchased apartment building back in 2009, and they've been working. I guess I didn't even know that this was going to be a group home. They never said anything about a group home in 3 to 4 years that they have been working on this property. Not one time did they say anything about a group home. The guy even let me take a tour and never mentioned a group home because I thought maybe it was going to be for a big family or Section 8 or something. But not one time in three years did he say anything about a group home? I just feel like it was a lot of deception. I just got over cancer. I had stage 2 breast cancer. I sat there and listened for 3 years, all of the noise, everything, no kind of, you need anything, we're sorry we're making this noise, no consideration or anything. I'm just emotional because I just don't, can't believe that all of these years, he never said one thing about a group home. That's number one. As long as we've been neighbors, so I'm just not in favor of it. I'm a Cleveland Housing graduate. This is a milestone for me. This property, I have been working with Eaton and military vets who suffer in mild cases of PSTD, to work with them and through Frontline to try to get homeless veterans off the streets. And that's what I had planned to do, but my plans have been on hold because of this group home. So I'm not sure if I need to maybe sell my property and maybe just go somewhere else, even though I've been there since.
So tell us again, you're directly across the street, is
Yeah,
that
and
it?
one of the pics, they show my building right next door. I'm right, that's my apartment building, like not there. Yeah, I'm the only, there's another one that's a better, and you can see the proximity between the houses, it's like.
You're the one to the left, the yellow one?
Yes.
Okay.
It's a 4-suite apartment building. I've been
Okay.
there. I purchased that through Cleveland Housing Network. I was a first-time homeowner. Had to stay there 15 years, raise my first daughter, and then I took over in 2009, becoming a first-time homeowner generation in my family. And so this is where I'm at.
Can you get the front? Oh, thank you.
But I'm not in favor.
Okay, thank you for your statement. Sir, go ahead.
Peter Bazoot, 5900 Maurice Avenue, Madam Chair. At the community meeting, Pastor Gibson and Elizabeth Baptist Church kindly hosted for us. There were over 20 people there, and I don't think anyone was opposed to Kazai's mission. The common theme was that placement for 12 young boys was less than desirable because it's not near any services at all. Pastor Gibson would be happy to let them use the gym. That gym is used for a lot of things. Were this facility closer to Broadway Avenue, where Kazai's other home is on Cable Avenue, it's a short walk from Stella Walsh Recreation Center, from the Boys and Girls Club, from a public library, from a brick and mortar school. We're all puzzled as to why this was thought of as a good placement for such a facility. I didn't hear anyone speak negatively about the mission. It's about the placement of the home and the feeling that it would not enhance the value of the homes around it. If anyone wanted to sell their home, move there. That was the big message that we tried to give to Kazai. It was not permission, which everyone thought was great. There were no shortage of grandparents who were raising grandchildren, who had raised grandchildren for a while, myself included, in the room. So everyone knows how important it is to reunite children with their families if it's possible. That was not the issue of this at all. Simply the placement was probably one of the least desirable places to put this type of facility.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, I'm Kathy McDonald. I run the Block Club. My biggest concern is on the back of his statement at that meeting that we had with her, at Zaya. Yeah, there was really, the biggest issue is there's nothing around there. We have a dilapidated playground. There's a baseball field that cannot be used, I also went to the police station and I received a copy of police reports for 5909 Cable. That's where her other building is.
Okay.
And there's a lot of missing person juveniles, which was a big issue too at the meeting we had. Now, if these kids are supposed to be supervised, all right, why are so many kids missing and why are they walking around? And I've also heard, where are they when they're leaving the establishment on Cable? What are they doing? Are they out here in the community causing trouble? Or are they just wandering the streets in the neighborhood on Broadway? Or what? We're concerned about that too, because the kids could be out here causing trouble, you know, and she's saying, you know, oh yeah, they're gonna be closely supervised. Well, this to me is not supervision if that's what they have on 5909 cable.
What police district is that?
It's
Fifth?
third district.
Third district.
Under Councilman Starr. He
Okay.
received a copy of this.
Okay.
All right, this all goes back. All these reports start at the first 1/15/2021. She couldn't give me all of them. There was over 900 reports.
Okay, but that's for a different address.
Right, but
Okay.
but she owns this building too.
Right.
So this was kind of to show what has been going on over on cable.
Okay.
So I'm set. I'm done.
That in?
Yep.
Okay. Go ahead, ma'am.
I just, basically just back up what Kathy and Pete said, is that we don't need kids in the neighborhood running around not being supervised. We got a kid that goes around the neighborhood breaking windows, just for the heck of it. You know, a car window, a house, an abandoned house or something. Our neighborhood is almost vacant with all the stuff. And we don't have anything to offer these children. I mean, I feel sorry for their situation, because I love kids. But we don't need that in our neighborhood. We've had our problems with the neighborhood. It's finally starting to calm down a little bit. Thank you, but no thank you.
Okay, great. All right. Richard, you're next,
Bonnie
ma'am.
Mormon. I live 3 doors down from the unit in question, okay? William, who owned that property before, sold it to her. I was under the impression when he bought it, he was still married and they were opening it up for a big family home. That's what I understood all these years, same as what she's talking about. In fact, I even talked to the guy, you know. I had no idea that any group home was gonna be put in that unit anyway. First of all, I don't feel that the houses are that far apart from the group home. Your house apartment is like what, a little more than a driveway separated the units?
Less than 5 feet. between
The one
properties.
on the other side, there's not enough room for both cars to go up the driveway.
They share.
On that's less than, you know. So this group home with 12 kids is stuck between her 4-unit apartment building. The house next to it is also an apartment of 3 units,
Mhm.
you know. Like I said,
You have multifamily across the street too, don't you?
Pardon?
Is there an apartment building across the street?
No.
Is that
No, that's
right?
the church.
No?
No,
No. She's the only one that
Okay.
has an apartment building
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
on 61st.
Yeah, they're all
Okay.
single family houses.
I've lived in them since 1974. Okay.
Look, someone needs to be muted. There. You got it. Okay, thank you. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, I lost my train here, okay. They were talking about with kids maybe getting loose in that, you know, wandering the streets. The children that we had the problem with in the neighborhood, sometimes still do, have gone around, I could give you 25 houses in the neighborhood where they've destroyed windows. 2 of the houses been burned, cars. They're like, one family is behind her unit on the next street over, which the house is crisscross. This young man has a family that mother works nights. So she has a teenage daughter babysitting all the children instead of an adult. The boy in question the cops have been there, I bet 100 times in a year. In fact, he even swung at one of the policemen. Another one of the kids that he hangs out with that helped break all these windows. In fact, I think they destroyed one of the bus windows at one time because they showed me a picture of the people over there. And car windows, they destroyed 7 cars that belonged to a guy, their windows, houses. That other kid lives next door to her property, which is 2 houses down from the property in question.
Okay.
So the children who have caused our chaos, who are finally starting to calm down, okay, are right around this unit. So you're gonna have kids coming in, and like with the place on Cable, you got 900 episodes of these kids disappearing. Now, the lady claimed that they come back, some of them come back on their own, what have you. They have to make these claims. But the point we're trying to get is, yeah, they're making the claims that kids come back, but they don't know what these kids have done while they're out journeying the neighborhood.
All right.
This is our concern. When you got some bad apples, and from what I understand, some of these kids have some issues, you know, being abandonment or whatever, they're
Right, hence the need for the mental health support.
exactly. So you get them along with these other children who have family problems because of not proper supervision in their own homes. So you get them on top of them, that's gonna be a bigger chaos and most of the people on that street are 76, 72. You know, we don't need it. I can name more. Right across the street, there's another lady, two sisters, 74, 70, something like that.
Okay.
We've gone through it. We're up to here with it.
Right, okay. We're gonna move on, because
I'm
we're
sorry
trying to
if I
keep,
took more than my 2
we're
minutes.
trying
I
to
don't
keep
have
to
much
2
to
minutes,
say.
so.
Jane Rolfe, 292364th. And they did most of the talking, so I really, I'm just saying, like they said, we had the problem with the kids on Cable, and we're just kind of afraid that it's gonna happen with this one on 61st, even though they got good supervision. Those kids, 12 kids, are gonna be supervised 24 hours a day, but they still find a way to get out to go somewhere. And like, what's her Trezan? She did tell us, that, well, sometimes they leave and we call the cops and they don't do nothing. They just never come back. So these kids that are leaving, that the cops can't find them, they're out there maybe destroying property. We don't know that because our neighbors probably could do we have young people in our neighborhood too, but, going out there and they don't know what they're doing or where they're at. But they're supposed to have the supervision for them. How does this happen where they have that much supervision for those kids?
Okay.
And I agree with you with the mental health and everything, if this does go through, but like I said, we're trying to build Slavic Village up over in our area, the Francis area over there. And I don't think this is gonna work because I just think a lot of these kids are gonna be not supervised as well as she says they'll be. They'll come
Okay.
and go as they please.
I think we get a sense of
Okay,
your
that's it for
concerns
me.
from the residents, so thank you all. All right, yeah. Councilman Starr, do you wanna make a statement at this point?
She's gonna hate all of us next time.
Yes, thank you all.
I'm gonna let Councilman speak and then I'll give you an opportunity to make comment, okay? Go ahead, Councilman.
Yes, I see St. Hyacinth Block Club and community has come to the hearing. Yes, on February 15th, one of the agreements was that we asked to have a community meeting, and a lot of residents have voiced similar concerns. And some of the residents there was also present February 15th, talking about this opportunity or why they want to see a proposal opposition of it. One of the things was big is residents were speaking about how kids get out from those properties sometimes with the supervision. But then also they were explaining how some of the calls to the police were showing that it was more residents, more the times it was more the case of dealing with a lot of different issues such as who is watching, who's monitoring the kids. And one of the things that we did get an understanding for is the fact that we was able to speak about why those calls come in and how they had to get taken out due to the fact, it's by the county law that they're supposed to do that if something happens. So that was something big. I did get a chance to go over and do a visit of the home. I do see what everybody is saying, how the renovations and upgrades look like it would be a large family. But one of the things is I know that we do have a similar home right across adjacent from in the South Village neighborhood over on Cable. I did look at that prior to me getting into office, and then when I got in office, did some tours, talked to some residents on the same street of cable, and some of them were in support of the project that they had on cable. So that's one of the things that I wanted to make sure I sprang out. Right now, with hearing from the residents and hearing from the resident who lives right next door, who has the apartment complex having some concerns, those are things that's on the front lobe of my mind of understanding what you can do. So right now, I would definitely support whatever decision the committee is making, but also understanding that the residents have some major concerns with this property due to what they believe may occur with this being there. One thing I don't want is for us to have a home such as this size to be vacant, because then that becomes a nuisance, and then that becomes another issue. So whatever this committee thinks is best, given the testimony of residents and also understanding what type of project this is, I'm in support of either decision, but I do understand the major concerns that residents do have.
Great, thank you, Councilman. Do we have a city planner for this neighborhood here? Excellent. Did you swear in?
I'm not sworn in, I'll let them speak.
Okay. Ms. Wilson, can you swear in our city planner, please?
I don't have any statements.
Absolutely.
Oh, you have no statement to make? Okay, Xavier's gonna speak. All right, go ahead, Xavier.
Sorry, forgive me, I stepped out of one of the chairs.
You may need to speak up a little since you're masked. Thank you for masking, though.
Xavier Bay, city planning. Given a testimony from the residents and the council person of issues that might be going on in the neighborhood, and the need that this proposed use brings to the community. I think we don't really see an issue with this use continue forward. The agenda item that, or the non-conformity that's actually on the agenda, mainly is the use being a first permissible and multifamily, and at least 15 feet from other premises. Seeing as there are other uses that the property owner could use for the home, we would recommend that the board keep uses pertaining to two-family residential districts.
So you're making a statement that city planning is not in support of this variance?
Correct.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna go to the appellant and open it up for the board to ask you any questions and let you make a final comment before we go to a vote.
Okay. Thank you all. I appreciate hearing from everybody. And I know at our last meeting, we were able to have a discussion with everybody. Just to follow up on a couple of the community residents' concerns. A lot of the calls that were made to the police on cable were initiated by us. By law, we are mandated reporters as it pertains to a child going AWOL. As it pertains to, I know that there was concerns about property damage, because from other neighbors that has been a concern in their current neighborhood. But one thing I can reassure you is that there's been no property damage with the kiddos that we've had on cable. If you look at that report closely, all those kids, the calls were initiated by us, and the calls for the child leaving as well as returning. If you specifically look at the location, the call is coming from cable. However, with children going to a brick and mortar school, there's that discretion of, hey, they're at school. Maybe one of them might not come back, but all of the kids that we've had in our care, we've had no kids that have ever been missing and not returned. Of course, when we call the police, they classify it under a missing person, but it's just us doing our due diligence as per policy of Children's Services that in the event that a child goes AWOL, we have to call that in. So how that works is you call, hey, Joseph has not returned. The police then say, hey, make sure you call us when the child returns. So we call them when the child returns. They have to come by and lay eyes that the child has returned, and then they close the case out. If you also look at that report closely, you'll see that a lot of this happened in the initial stages of us opening. So of course, within everything, there's going to be, a lot of bumpy roads until you can kind of create a baseline and a plateau. Through that, of course, we take pride in making sure that we listen to everything and all the concerns that everybody has, because I think that's important. But one thing I can assure you is that none of the kids that we've ever had in our care have caused direct harm, property damage to anybody that's in the neighborhood, or in close proximity. And we do stride ourselves in being good neighbors. So I did just want to make sure that I reiterated that to everybody, as well as reassuring that if you look closely once again at that report, you'll see that a lot of those police reports, have tapered down. Also, as it pertains to the ages of the kids, right now we have a lot of younger kiddos that are in our care. So through this, of course, it's, trial and getting to learn the kiddos that we have, the population that we have. And hopefully everyone can kind of support us in our mission, because it is not easy as it pertains to helping youth while in understanding everybody's concern. We do have a letter of support from the neighbor on the other side of us, as well as the Safe Haven across from us, which I was able to send in.
Okay, great.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Kukla, do we have any other communication?
We didn't get a packet of information. What was the address that she stated?
It's 2982.
We have one from 2984. Which may be the right address if there's two units in the same building.
Okay, are they in support or opposition?
Yes, they are in support. Yes.
Okay,
That is Ronald D. Gardner.
all right. And anyone else?
Yes, we got a letter of support from the Safe Haven, and I sent that over, and they are directly opposite from us.
What is this?
Okay, all right, board questions, comments?
Madam Chair, I have some questions.
All right, Ms. Roca has questions.
With respect to your testimony, Miss, I apologize if I mispronounced her name. I'm gonna try. Mata Machani?
Yes.
Okay. What is the Safe Haven? Can you describe that? And then my next question is, please provide some testimony as to the hardship that you will face if you are not approved today.
Yes. So the Safe Haven is right across from us, and they work with pregnant mothers and their children. So similar environment where it's different populations that we're serving, but our missions are all very well. And she was able to come in and see us and see the building. As it pertains to the hardship, a lot of money has been put into obviously getting the home up to par. A lot of time has been put into working on the home. So I think as it pertains to that, a lot has been put in. If you look at the infrastructure of the home, it was boarded up before. And we really did, with 360, with putting in a lot of financial money into, fixing the home up for a place for these kids. So I do, my hope is for everyone to see into that. And I'm also not opposed to, changing the number. If 12 kids seems like a lot, I am okay with lowering it down to 10 kids. I just don't want to see all that's been put into it kind of go to waste.
Thank you.
Good.
Chair, can we put the legal standard on the screen, please?
Yes, thanks, Ms. Wilson.
Mhm.
Did you have a question?
I would love to hear the appellant speak to specifically to the legal standard in terms of there being any other economically feasible use for the property without the variance.
I would say at this point, no, simply because being a social worker and, having gone to school for so many years to work with this population, that is my mission, that's my passion, that's my goal. This is something that I thoroughly enjoy doing. And my hope is that everyone can find a place where we can work together. Because this is my life. This is what I enjoy, helping youth and families bridge that gap.
Okay, and Madam Chair, one additional question, and this might be for the city. Did we find that there is another group home of this nature in close vicinity?
Yes.
Did you want to respond?
I can respond. So this isn't a state licensed residential facility. This is a children's home, so it's regulated differently. So the 1,000-foot buffer does not apply. And so it's simply a children's home. Now, if she went to 5 or less children, she would not need a variance.
Okay, great. Did you hear all that from, okay,
I did, thank you.
all right.
I just want to
Ms.
clarify.
Roca has another question. Go
So
ahead.
the reason for the variance is because of the number of children.
Yeah, anything above 6 is first permitted in a multifamily residential district.
Okay, thank you.
Which could make it conditional. What? It could make it conditional if there were a condition was wished to be made on the motion. Right.
Yeah.
Did you have anything?
Yeah, I have a question. Thank you, Madam Chair. Ma'am,
Yes.
there was testimony from one of your neighbors that the rehabilitation process was extensive and took a while. And during that time, your neighbors were not aware that you were preparing to have a children's home. When did you buy the property or lease it with the intent of this kind of operation? And did you make it known to your neighbors? Or did you consider getting the variance before you spent all of the money? Lots of questions, so you can answer it in context, but.
Absolutely, thank you. So the property was purchased in 2021. And with that.
You muted yourself.
Sorry. Yes, the property was purchased in 2021. And at that point, it's just really kind of understanding exactly how the variance was going to work. However, me understanding the need for the kids needing more housing, we pretty much just kind of went in and just started doing the work.
Thank you.
else is
And you didn't, no one told the neighbors what was being planned and just as a good neighbor.
Yes, I believe the ABA that I purchased the property from did notify me that he did speak with the neighbor that is on this appeal now, that was the purpose and the use for the home. And I believe that at that point, there was discussion about her wanting to open up another home. So I think the discrepancy there was her wanting to open up something, as well as OSEC wanting to open up something, where hopefully my goal would be that we could work together. And I think at that point, I don't believe that the discussion between them was because I wasn't there, but I don't believe that the discussion there was in any negative manner, because I think, as far as I know and am aware, I believe that they did have a good relationship. But I think that the concern here is, if you open up this, which I think she did state, and I think that's a valid concern, if you open up this, where does that leave me and my goals and my plans? And I do believe that nobody's goals and dreams should be put into question or not being able to fulfill because somebody else is something else across the street. I can stand, and my standpoint is I will support you 100% with you doing whatever you want to do next door. Because I think at the end of the day, it's for the greater good, and it's for us working together as a community. So you would not ever have me as an opposing party being next door, and hopefully we can work together. Because I think that's what it boils down to. It sounds like it's not necessarily your concern of, I have an issue with 12 kids. It's how will that impact me in my vision and what I have going on. And I support her mission because I think it's wonderful. And I have seen the property next door. I mean, great space. I haven't had an opportunity. I did actually try to go to her home, knocked several times, but as she stated, I think with the health issues, I'm not sure at that point what, I think that was probably the barrier of me being able to get in touch with her. But one thing for sure that I can say is that I will support you in your mission. And you can do the same for me.
Thank you. Anything else? No. Does that cover everything?
Well, I heard the whole comment, and I don't know that the latter part was addressing my comment, but you did not speak to your neighbors about what was planned. That really is yes or no?
So I will say, in me specifically, I was able to speak with the neighbor to the right of me. I hope this is, and the neighbor across the street, but I was not able to, I guess the conversation that was had with ABA, they did state that they did have a conversation with the lady that is on the platform now.
Okay, great.
Can I make a statement?
Okay. No, hang on. Ms. Holzer, anything from you?
Madam Chair, I had a question around, so just so that I'm clear, OCEC to the appellant, are you also the owner of ABA Enterprises LLC? Is that also your entity, or is there a different owner of the property?
Yeah, so ABA is a separate entity, and that is who we got the property from.
But it's still.
So OCEC, or I should say you yourself, are not the owner of the property. You are a lessee. You're going to be leasing the property to run your group home potentially, or boarding home, I should say.
Correct. We own, so OSEC Foundation owns the property. We received the property from ABA Enterprise.
Is there a relationship between OCEC Foundation and ABA Enterprise?
ABA Enterprise does all of the housing in terms of purchasing, fixing, and we go in and we were able to purchase it from ABA Enterprise. So that is the relationship.
Yeah.
But why are they the appellant?
Right. Still listed on the ABA.
So we have a question as to, go ahead, Ms. Rogan, ask your question.
To the appellant, why is ABA Enterprises the appellant in this case versus OCEC?
Because at that point, when the property was purchased, it was still under ABA. That was who it was under at that point, which is why it is under ABA.
So legally, it would still be under ABA if they're the appellant, right? So has there been a transfer? Because if so, then the person appealing, the entity appealing might not be the accurate entity.
Right.
So okay, sorry, could you ask the question again?
So has a legal transfer happened between ABA Enterprise and OCEC?
So at the,
Of the
no,
property?
not at the current moment, no.
No, okay, so.
William still owns.
So ABA Enterprise is the proper appellant then, but you are not, how are you affiliated with ABA Enterprise?
Because we are being given the building to be able to utilize it for providing services for youth.
By given, do you mean you are purchasing the building?
Yes, yes.
Okay, and that purchase has not been completed yet?
The purchase has been completed. We just have to finalize all the paperwork and everything that's necessary for that.
Yeah, so,
I mean, from a legal standpoint.
from a legal standpoint, no. I mean, if,
Well, ask the lawyer. I mean, we do have legal on the.
oh, yes.
Right.
Jason,
Jason?
Mr. Shackner, if you'd like to
Yes.
please weigh in.
To me, it looks like she's pretty much acting as a representative of ABA. I mean, in this context, I think it's fair to say that since she's in the process or going to be the ultimate owner of the property, that, I mean, the person who appealed should, or I think my understanding was the actual appellant was ABA, the owner, right? But it seems like she's acting almost as a representative of them. I'm presuming that ABA has no objection for how this being used, and so did AB? I'm sorry if I'm saying the entity's name wrong, but did the entity that owns the property, are they the ones that applied for the permit, or was it?
Yes, so I applied for the permit along with ABA.
Okay, so I mean, I think it's okay for y'all to proceed with this. It seemed to be acting jointly in this matter.
But it's listed under ABA.
Jason, do you feel like we need oftentimes in these sorts of similar situations, we request a letter on file as a condition? You feel like we need that at this point?
A letter on file from the
From the
organization.
Yeah.
On the property.
Right.
That's probably fair to just have a paper trail on it.
Okay.
Yep. Just for clarity, if anybody's ever going to be looking back on this.
Okay.
So I think that's a fair thing to ask for.
Great, thanks. Ms. Kukla, you had a comment?
Just that we usually let the applicants know when they apply to our office that if they're not the owner, we need to get an authorization letter. I
Right.
don't see it in the file. However, we did find that Haven letter in the emails, so it's possible that she sent it.
Okay, so if we discover that, you feel like we need to make that a condition of the motion?
Yes, yes. You
If-
have done that in the past, yes.
Okay.
If you so choose to approve it today, then
All right.
we have definitely held
Okay.
ratification in the past.
Ms. Leonard, did you have anything else you wanted to add to this?
Ultimately, when this first went through, she was the operator, as acting as a nonprofit as OSEC, and then there's obviously like a arm of their enterprise that does like the construction and acquiring the properties. But she's basically the operator, but yeah.
Okay, all right. All right. All right, board, any further questions or comments?
Madam Chair, I have one more question.
Go
I
ahead, Ms. Wiltshire.
thought that I had heard, I just want to make sure that I'm clear on what the variance is that is needed. I thought I had heard that someone had said that the reason that she was pursuing a variance is because of the number of children in the home, or is it that a boarding home is not permitted in a two-family residential district?
Yes, that's what it is.
Do you want to repeat what you said about the number of children?
Yeah, so a children's home is permitted in multifamily with the variance of not being within 15 feet of an adjoining residence. In this case, this property is zoned 2-family, and because it's more than 6 children, 6 and up, she needs the variance for the amount of children.
So if it were 6 or less, she would not.
She would not need the variance for the amount of children, but she would still need 5 or less children. She would still need to be 15 feet away from the adjoining residence. The
All right,
home is located where the home is. That variance is required.
all right. Does that answer your question, Ms. Holzer?
So there's a need
All
for
right,
a variance both because of the number of children and proximity to other premises. Regardless of the number of children, because of the proximity to another premise, she would have to come before us regardless.
Correct.
Got it.
And if the number, Ms. Leonard, if the number of children were reduced, does it change the status from a group home or from a boarding home for children to a group home?
No, she would still be considered a children's home, and she wouldn't need the variance for the amount of children. She would need the variance simply for being within 15 feet of an adjoining premise of an adjoining lot.
Okay.
But that would happen in this neighborhood generally.
That would happen across pretty much the entire city.
Right. Okay.
Which is something we would likely hear.
Correct.
And support more so than this.
Right, exactly. All right, and should the variance be approved, it would, since it's a children's home and not a group home, would not fall into the 1,000 feet should this woman pursue what she wants to do.
That's correct.
All right, great. All right, anything else? All right, I'll entertain a motion. Are you crafting?
I am crafting, I guess.
Okay.
All right, Madam Chair, based on the extensive testimony we've heard today and the appellant's testimony as to her hardship, as well as her testimony regarding the other economic uses, I move that we approve calendar number 23-229 with the condition that the appellant provide a letter from the property owner, ABA Enterprise Connect, authorizing OCAC to act on its behalf.
Anything else?
I do not have any further conditions, but if anyone else would like to make a friendly amendment to my motion, they are
Okay.
open to do so.
Ms. Wilson, do you have anything you'd like to add to that motion?
I didn't have a friendly amendment, Madam Chair. I was just going to second the motion.
All right. Let me see if anyone else has any other friendly amendments. Ms. Holzer?
Do we want to note on the record that she attested to 24-hour on-site staff presence, 3 staff per shift, including or with the addition of a registered nurse and mental health specialist?
Thank you. I think that was captured.
Okay, cool.
Madam Chair, it's best to put it in the motion.
Okay.
Sure,
All right.
I'll add to the motion that the hours of operation for the children's home will be from 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. For the first shift, 3 to 11 p.m. for the second shift, 11 to 7 p.m. for the third shift. There'll be 3 staff per shift. In addition, there will be a registered nurse and a mental health worker / psychiatrist will also be on staff to administer medications. And that, am I missing anything? And that the home will be provided for 12 children, ages 8 through 21.
Does that capture everything that you wanted, Ms. Holzer?
It does. Thank you.
All right. You good, Ms. Kukla?
Yes.
All right. All right. Anything else then? Sounds like not. We'll take Ms. Wilson second.
Ms. Holzer?
Yes.
Brown?
No.
Ms. Wilson?
Yes.
Ms. Roca?
Yes.
Ms. Bain?
No.
Calendar number 23-229 is granted with 3 votes. It'll be ratified next Monday and we will send the appellant a letter. Just feel free to contact our office next Wednesday for further instructions.
Yeah.
I really
Okay, thank you all.
I just want to say thank you to everybody and the neighbors. I just want to reassure that I will not cause any problems. And thank you, everybody.
We're
All
gonna
right.
hold her to what she said
You
in the
can.
neighborhood.
And you have the councilman.
Yep, we're holding
So-
her to that because I don't wanna see what's going on cable in our neighborhood. One of these calls was 9 cops and we're short cops. No, something's gotta change.
And after 18, you're considered an adult anyway, so you don't have no
Right.
jurisdiction. They can leave when they're 18.
All right. What councilman do we have left?
Councilwoman Santana is next, but Joe Jones, Councilman Joe Jones is also entered, so after Santana's case, he'll be next.
Okay, great. All right. Ms. Holzer, we have Councilman Santana. So our next case is calendar number 24-018.
Sounds good. Our next case is calendar number 24-018. This is at 2805 Seymour Avenue. Gladys Vargas, parenthetically Gonzalez, owner, proposes to establish use as a retail shoe repair shop in a B1 two-family residential district. The owner appeals for relief from the strict application of the Cleveland Codified Ordinances as stated in the agenda and the public record, of which there are 2. And with that, I will hand it over to Ms. Wilson for the oath.
Thank you, Ms. Holzer. Madam Chair, I'm not seeing anyone at the table. Anyone in the room wishing to
Do we have
speak? in this
people
matter?
present, excuse me, do we have people present for this case? Please step forward and take a seat. We have one person with us, Ms. Wilson.
Okay. I will go ahead and swear you in. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth? Please raise your right hand, reply with I do, your name and your address.
Gladys Vargas, 2805 Seymour Avenue, and yes, I do.
Thank
you. Thank you. Is there anyone online who wishes to speak in this matter?
We have, okay, go ahead. Go ahead,
So-
Councilwoman.
So Councilwoman Jasmine Santana, I'm not sure, do you want the address for where we work or our home?
City
address?
Hall is fine.
Yes, your work address.
61 Lakeside Avenue.
Okay, and did you say I do?
I do.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Councilwoman. Anyone else wishing to speak in this matter? Hearing nothing, back to you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman, typically, council likes to speak last. Is that the case for you?
Yes, ma'am, Madam Chair.
Great, thank you. All right.
For the history?
Yep.
Madam Chair, there's been no change to the zoning since 1929. In our Records Administration Office, we found that in 1905, a permit was issued to erect a dwelling and a garage on site. 1946, a permit was issued to repair fire damage to a 2-story, 2-family residential structure. And then we have one variance on file on calendar 85-149 in 1985. This board granted a variance to convert a portion of the first floor to a beauty salon. And Madam Chair, I believe that's all that we have that is relevant. Thank you.
All right, we'll take legal standard, please.
Madam Chair, members of the board, appellant is requesting a use variance from the requirements of the zoning code. To obtain the use variance, appellant must prove that denying the request, 1, will result in an unnecessary hardship particular to this property such that there will be no economically feasible use of the property without the variance. 2, will deprive the appellant substantial property rights. And 3, that granting the variance will not be contrary to the purpose and intent of the zoning code. Additionally, unless the last non-conforming use was discontinued under section 359.02B, this is a substitution of a non-conforming use, which requires that the board find that such substitution is no more harmful or objectionable than the previous non-conforming use in the following: in floor or other space occupied, in volume of trade or production, in kind of goods sold or produced, in daily hours or other period of use, in the type of number of persons to occupy, or to be attracted to the premises, or in any other characteristic of the new use as compared with the previous use.
Thank you. All right. Tell us what you'd like to do.
Okay, I have worked and owned this property. I mean, this beauty shop was there since 1985. Since COVID, it been empty because, you know, you can't find somebody to rent it to. Now I found someone that I can rent it to as a shoe repair place. And that is what I'm trying to do, to convert the beauty shop into the shoe repair. There's going to be no alteration to the place itself. The person just going to put his sewing machine in the spot where the beauty shop space is.
So you're the property owner?
Yes, I am.
And you're gonna be leasing the space out?
Yes, I'm going to rent it.
Okay, so the space that was occupied on the first floor by the beauty salon, the leasee or the leaseor is, going to be doing a shoe repair?
Just shoe repair, yes.
All right.
I also live upstairs.
You live upstairs?
Yes.
Okay. So can you tell us the hours of operation?
It's going to be Monday to Saturday from 10 to 5.
All right. And typical shoe repair and sales of shoe care items?
Just repairs of shoes and you know, sometimes we do the shining and.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, what about signing on the outside?
The signing is going to be attached to the house. I just asked the beauty shop was.
Okay, because there are some signs that exist that are
Right.
worn probably from the previous business. So
Right,
is the
there's at
intent
the beauty shop, yeah, I have to remove the one that belonged to the beauty shop and just leave the one for the shoe repair.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right. City planning, you want to weigh in on this?
Actually, the neighborhood planner, Brittany Pavone, just walked in.
Oh, excellent. Brittany, you want to come in? We'll get you sworn in.
Sure.
Ms. Wilson, can you swear her in, please?
Sure can. I'm going to go ahead and swear you in. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are going to give is the truth and nothing but the truth? Please raise your right hand, reply with I do, your name and your address.
I do. Brittany Pavon, 605 Lakeside, City Planner, City.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead with your statement.
Thank you. This home is on Seymour Avenue. I've seen it pass by. There's also a couple.
Your flashlight's on.
I've seen it a couple of times. This is a pretty simple variance that we all are in agreement that this seems like a appropriate variance to use, and we don't see any issues with this.
Okay, what's the parking situation?
I do have a parking spot next to if it's necessary. There's one lot in between, but then the other lot is a parking lot.
So you own an adjacent
Yes.
parcel property?
Yes, for the parking.
Okay, is there street parking out front there too?
There is.
Yes.
Okay, all right. All right, Councilwoman, do you have any statement?
Yes. First of all, good morning, Madam Chair and Secretary and all members of Board and Zoning. I would just say that, you know, Gladys has been a dedicated business owner for about 40 years. And I do understand that after the pandemic, the location was vacant. She did reach out for a shoe repair shop. I did convene a meeting with residents, and I will tell you that everyone is excited about this. We don't have a shoe repair within probably about 6-7 miles from our area. And so I'm just here to express my full support for the proposed change.
Sorry, Councilwoman, we have someone who is needs to be muted.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I just,
Okay.
you heard,
Go
I
ahead.
did provide a letter to Secretary Kukla, but I'm just here to express my full support for the proposed zoning change to accommodate the shoe repair shop.
Super, thank you. Board, any questions or comments?
I just have a couple of things. So the standard is that you have to go through your testimony, that the new use is no more harmful than the previous use. So can you please testify as to how many employees the shoe shop is gonna have? We have your hours of operation, and if you think that's going to be more or less volume of customers than was previously there for the beauty shop? Just some testimony more about the operations of the shoe shop in general.
Well, we want to start with one.
Okay.
Because it's just beginning. But hoping that you can, that later on when we get enough customers, we can have a second one. It is my brother-in-law that's going to be.
Oh, it is,
Okay.
okay.
Yeah, so, it's a family.
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 Right.
And, what was the other question? I forgot.
Just what the operations, in terms of customers coming in and out, do you think it's gonna be more or less
Not
than
at
the
all.
beauty shop?
Not at all. The shop is a lot more.
Shop, okay.
Is the equipment already been in place?
No.
No?
I'm waiting for the.
You're waiting for
permit
that?
first.
Okay. And then deliveries are typically just like UPS or FedEx, right?
Yes, and people come in, by then I'm bringing.
Right. Okay.
So in terms of operations, while the shoe repair shop, it's really like repairing shoes being resold or
Right.
things of that nature.
Right. That's what it is.
All right. That's all I have.
That's all I have. I'll take a motion then.
Madam Chair, after hearing the testimony for calendar 24-018, I move approval to establish a new use as a retail shoe repair shop with hours of operations Monday through Saturday, 10 to 5 p.m.
Thank you. Could I have a second, please?
Madam Chair, I second. Board Member Roca.
Thank you, Ms. Roca. Ms. Kukla, you want to call the vote?
Sure. Ms. Wilson?
Yes.
Ms. Holter?
Yes.
Ms. Roca?
Yes.
Ms. Brown?
Yes.
Ms. B?
Yes.
Calendar number 24-018 is granted. It'll be ratified next Monday. We will send you a letter, but please feel free to call our office next Wednesday for further instructions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a nice day.
Should be a welcome business to the community.
Yes.
Yeah, excellent. All right, now we have, thank you, Councilman Santana.
Councilman Jones?
Do we still have,
Yes.
we still have Councilman Jones? All right.
There are a few cases for Councilman Jones.
Okay. Councilman Jones, are you with us?
There are now seats up here if you guys would like to move over, especially if you're gonna be testifying for this case. Something to leave out.
Councilman Jones, are you with us?
Oh. Yes.
He is unmuted.
All right, well, we'll move forward, assuming he'll come back on. Or his agent. Oh, yeah.
There are two cases for him.
Yeah. Okay. All right, we're going to begin with calendar number 24-017. This is at 3462 East 143rd Street. All people who are present in the room that are going to be making statements on calendar number 24-017, please step to the front table and take a seat. No one else? All right then. Go ahead, Ms. Holzer.
All right. Our next case is calendar number 24-017. This case is at 3462 East 143rd
Is this
Street.
your case?
We're
One second.
You'll be next.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Darkita
All
Bennett,
right.
owner. Should I stop again? Sorry.
Hang on, let me make sure we have an appellant with us.
Got it.
Do we have the appellant for calendar number 24-017?
Thank you. Corn sugar.
It looks like there may be someone on the line.
All right, I need to make sure that we have an appellant for calendar number 24-017. If you could put your hand up if you're online or speak to us.
Or press star 6.
Oh, she's there.
All right, she's raised her hand. All right, Ms. Holzer.
All right.
Move forward, please. Thank you.
Darkita Bennett, owner, proposes to establish use as a residential facility for 8 occupants in a B12 family residential district. The owner appeals for relief from the strict application of the Cleveland Codified Ordinances as stated in the agenda and the public record, of which there are 3. And with that, I will hand it over to Ms. Hilton.
Good to see you.
Thank you, Ms. Holzer. I will swear in all who are present for this matter. I don't think I see anyone.
Oh, I didn't know you
Madam Chair.
called me. I'm sorry.
No one in the room.
Let's
No one in the
real
room.
quick, you know,
Thank you.
he's
Is there
60 years
anyone
old.
online?
Hold on.
We have Councilman Jones and we have the appellant.
Okay. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth? Please raise your right hand, reply with I do, your name and your address.
I do.
I heard I do. I didn't hear a name or an address.
My name is Joseph Jones.
Thank you, Councilman. And what address
Thank
are you swearing in under?
I'm swearing in on 601 Lakeside Avenue.
Okay, thank you so much.
Mhm.
I will next swear in the appellant. You there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Darquita Bennett, I do.
Thank you. Can you state your address, please?
951 Rushley Road, Cleveland Heights, Ohio, 44121.
Okay, very good. Is there anyone else wishing to speak in this matter?
Yes.
Frank Henry.
I do.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. Can you say that again?
Frank A. Henry.
Okay, and what's your address?
951 Rushley Road, Cleveland Heights, 44121.
Okay, and you swear to tell the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you so much. Is there anyone else wishing to speak in this matter? All right, hearing nothing, back to you, Madam Chair.
Okay, I'm sorry, could we get the gentleman's name again, please? That just swore in?
Frank A. Henry.
Frank Hagan?
Frank, can you spell your last name, please?
Henry. Henry.
Oh, Henry.
All right, thank you. Okay, history of the property, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's been no change in the zoning since 1929. We only found in our Records Administration office that in 1922, permit was issued to erect a garage on site. There are no variances on file for this address, and in the more recent history, we see that there are plumbing, electrical, refrigeration, things of that nature, permits issued to the property, and that's it.
Do we have a date for all of that?
Oh yeah, in October of 2023, electrical, plumbing, HVAC, refrigeration started in October of 2023 and was finished in November of 2020. Oh, and then there's one, sorry, in January of this year for electrical. Thank you.
All right. Legal standard, please.
Madam Chair, members of the board, appellant is requesting a use variance in an area variance from the minimum distance requirements of the zoning code. To obtain the use variance, appellant must prove that denying the request will result in an unnecessary hardship particular to the property such that there will be no economically feasible use of the property without the variance, will deprive the appellant of substantial property rights, and that granting the variance will not be contrary to the purpose and intent of the zoning code. To obtain the area variance, appellant must prove that denying the request will create a practical difficulty not generally shared by other land or buildings in the same district, will deprive the appellant of substantial property rights, and that granting the variance will not be contrary to the purpose and intent of the zoning code.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Councilman Jones, do you wish to hold your comment until after everyone else has spoken?
Absolutely. I'd like to hear the presentation. And then I appreciate you, Madam Chairwoman.
Right, thank you. All right, Ms. Bennett, tell us what you'd like to do.
Hello. How's everybody today?
Good. Are you going to be the spokesperson, Mr. Henry?
Yes.
All right.
Well, what I would like to do is actually ask for a continuance. Is that possible?
Absolutely. Ms. Kukla, we have a request for a postponement.
The appellant, would you like 30 days? Or
60 days.
60 days, all right. Have you met with the council person, Mr. Henry?
Yes, we spoke. We spoke
Okay.
about 2 weeks ago, or
All right.
about 2 weeks ago.
All right.
Okay, May 6th would be, that would be 60 days prior.
All right. We have May 6th for you, Mr. Henry. Is that agreeable?
Yes, yes, I appreciate it.
All right, we're going to postpone calendar number 24-017 to May 6th. Great, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you all.
All right, moving on. Our second case for Councilman Jones is calendar number 23-230.
All right. Our next case is calendar number 23-230. This is at 4495 Lee Road. Samira Zayadeh, owner, and Mohammed Salam, lessee, proposed to construct a new gas station and convenience store in a C1 local retail business zoning district. The owner appeals for relief from the strict application of the codified ordinances as stated in the agenda and the public record, of which there are 3. This case was postponed from February 5th, 2024 to allow time for correction in the public notice regarding the ownership. And with that, I will hand it over to Ms. Wilson for the oath.
Ms. Wilson, if you can hold off for just 1 second.
Okay.
We have a group of people here. I need to have the appellants at the front table. So anyone else who's speaking, if you want to just scooch you over, you can move to the sides as well.
And if there's anybody else here, you can stay in your seats.
Yeah, you don't have to come up. There are too many of you to all come up.
We haven't had this many people in person literally since before COVID. So, and we had a completely different room arrangement then. So, well, except for a couple of us, yes. All right. Are you speaking to? All right. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna swear everybody in the off chance that you may need to make a statement. All right. Ms. Wilson, why don't you start with if there's anyone online, and then we'll come to the room.
Okay, that sounds good. Anybody online wishing to speak in this matter?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth? Please raise your right hand, reply with I do, your name and address.
My name is Councilman Joe Jones. I do. Address 601 Lakeside Avenue.
Okay, thank you, Councilman. Anyone else online wishing to speak in this matter? All right, I am not hearing anyone else online. I will move now to the people in the room.
All right, let's, Ms. Wilson, let's start with the appellants first, and then we'll move to the other folks.
Perfect. All right. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth? Please raise your right hand, reply with I do, your name and your address.
I do. Sam Mohammed, 10900 Lake Avenue.
All right, Mr.
Thank
Mojave, I'm going to ask you to speak up. The mic is here. And since we have such a full room, we want to be real clear about names and getting it for the court reporter.
Sam Mohammed, representing the developer, 10900 Lake Avenue, Cleveland, Ohio.
Thank you.
Ken Powell, Strategic Resources, 4415 Euclid Avenue, representing the developer.
And spell the last name for me, please.
Powell. And then back there as well.
All right, go with you first.
It's not Slide, 3174 Fair Creek Drive, Northborough.
And yeah, you, sir?
One, M-A-R-W-A-N. Last name ABU-UKKAZ, 24589 Scott Boulevard, and that's Onset, Ohio.
Gonna ask you to spell the last name, just the last name again for me.
ABU-UKKAZ.
Great, thank you.
Welcome.
Yes, sir.
Mohammed Salem. 10606 Allaire Road.
And spell the last name for me.
SALEM.
Thank you. All right, anyone else here on the planning team? For the appellant? No. Mr. Davenport, are you making a statement?
I am.
All right, I'm gonna swear you, both of you in first. Ms. Wilson, we're just gonna do, you've read the whole oath, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
I'll do it. Do you want me to do it again?
no, we're fine. Go ahead. You just say affirm or I do in your name.
I do Adam Davenport, 601 Lakeside. I do Kenya Gray, 601 Lakeside Avenue.
Okay.
Yes, maybe. Ms. Cooper's making a recommendation.
Everyone, we should probably have everyone stand and state their name and address and have them sit down. Is that what you would-
Right, because now we're on to the public statements. So anyone making public statement, let them stand up. This is anyone who's not on the project team. All right, anyone not on the project team?
And if you have trouble standing, when we get around to you, you can stand up too.
Right.
You can have a seat until we get around to it.
All right, Miss Wilson, we have a crowd.
I see. Wow. Okay, I will swear everyone in by reading the oath. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth? Please raise your right hand, reply with I do, your name and your address. Madam Chair, you can pick the first person
We're
that
gonna
you see.
start from the left and work our way over. So these two are, sir, in the baseball cap, are all of you?
Yes.
All right, okay. All right, we'll start with you, sir.
Frank Johnson, 4266 East 189.
All right, thank you, Mr. Johnson. Next.
Michael Garrett.
All right, everybody speak up because we only have one microphone and it's right here in front of me.
Has to hear it.
All right, so it was Garrett?
Yes.
All right, got it. Yes, sir.
Richard Davis. 44, 656th Street. Signal L.
All right, next.
Dante Brock, 16806 Linden Avenue. I do.
Spell your last name for me, please, Dante.
BROCK.
Great, thank you.
You can go ahead and sit down once.
Primary Reese. 16806 Linden Avenue, I do.
Thank you, Ms. Reese.
James Sanders. 4733 Lee Road, apartment, located Cleveland, Ohio, 441.
Thank you, Ms. Sanders. Sir? He's not making statement?
Xavier Hardy, 4816 East 175. I do.
Last name is Hardy.
Hardy,
Thank you. All right, I'm going to go to go ahead, sir.
Bright, 16701 Langley Avenue, Cleveland, Ohio. I do.
Last name again?
Right. WRIGHT.
Great, thank you. Yes, sir.
16613 Langley.
And your name?
My name is George Pettit. You want the last name?
Yes, please, last name.
CATCHINGS.
Great, thank you. All right, I'm going to go to the first row because they're blocking my view of everyone else. So go ahead.
Amy Powell, 6371 Huntington Drive, Sullivan, Ohio.
All right, you can see. Thank
What was
you,
your-
Ms. Powell.
Powell, yes.
Ma'am?
I do. Janet Nevels, 16222 Troutdale.
NEVILLES?
NEB as in Victor ELS.
ELS. All right. I was giving you too many vowels. Go ahead, sir.
Muhammad Al-Qadi.
Spell the last name.
ALQA.
You need to speak up for the mic, please.
ALQADDI. 14,000
Great, thank you. Ma'am?
Barty Kansara, KANSARA, 5120 Portwood, 44133, also at 4501 Lee Road.
Great, thank you. You can have a seat. Sir?
DeVar Jones, DIVARD, last name Jones, 6209 Whitetail Run, WHITE. And I also represent 4501.
Okay, let's see, is your address?
Oakwood.
Oakwood? Great, thank you. You can have a seat. Ma'am?
Joan Simpson, 4733 D Road. I do.
Thank you, Ms. Simpson. You may have a seat. Go ahead.
Marcia Hood, 4550 Lee Road, Cleveland, 44128. I do.
Thank you.
Whitmore, WHITE 16609 Langland.
First name again was Barb. Thank you. All right, sir?
Apartment 327 Lee Road. I do, I'm sorry.
Last name was McCoy.
McCoy, MCORD.
And first name?
Tim.
Tim. Thank you, Tim.
Sheila Dixon, ID 4733 Lee Road.
Was that Dixon?
Yes, D.
Okay,
thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Tanoj Kansara, TANOJ, KANSARA, 5120 Portwood Drive, Alpharetta. Thank you.
Thank you.
Martha Brown, 4608 East 174. I do.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Yes, sir.
Daniel Morley, 16712 Target.
Thank you. Ms. Sutton, address.
Oh, I'm sorry, 4733 Lee Road, apartment 329.
Great, thank you. And is he speaking too?
Yes.
You want to speak? Okay, sir. Your name?
Larry Simmons,
SIUONS. 4733 Lee Road, Cleveland, Ohio, 44120. And I do.
Thank you, Mr. Simmons. All right. Ma'am?
Renee Brown, 4733 Lee Road, apartment 320.
All right, thank you. Ma'am?
I did.
All right. We.
Cynthia Merritt.
Cynthia Merritt. All right. Great. And sir?
Gregory Hood. 4550 Lee Road.
All right. And last but not least?
Warren Ridge. The address 94077 Cedar Road, South Newport, Ohio.
And Warren, the last name again?
Richardson.
Richardson. Thank you.
United.
Great. All right. Let's just double check. Do we have everyone? And we have everyone online at this point. Great. Ms. Kukla?
Madam Chair, there's been no changes to zoning since, wait, sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair. This property was zoned, general retail in 1929. In 1969, it was changed to local retail business. We found in 1959, a permit was issued to rent a gas station on the site. And then, Madam Chair, in 1972, a variance was applied for to erect a double-face electric identification pole sign, and that variance was granted. And that was in calendar 72-239, and that was October 30th, 1972.
Could you give me the year again on the erect the gas station?
1959.
1959.
There was a permit issued.
Right.
For the gas station.
So it wasn't a variance at that time. Okay. Anything else?
Madam Chair, only that we were unable to find any permits regarding demolition. I'm not sure. It seems that the property is vacant. I may be misstating that now that I see a structure on the site.
Are there two separate parcels here or multiple parcels?
Three parcels. Three parcels.
Three parcels. Three parcels.
Madam Chair, that's all the information that we have for the address of 4495 Road.
Okay. All right, we'll go to legal standard, please.
Madam Chair, members of the board, appellant is requesting a use variance and an area variance from the landscape strip requirements of the zoning code. To obtain the use variance, appellant must prove that denying the request will result in an unnecessary hardship particular to the property such that there will be no economically feasible use of the property without the variance. 2, will deprive the appellant of substantial property rights. And 3, that granting the variance will not be contrary to the purpose and intent of the zoning code. To obtain the area variance, appellant must prove that denying the request, 1, will create a practical difficulty not generally shared by other land or buildings in the same district. 2, will deprive the appellant of substantial property rights. And 3, that granting the variance will not be contrary to the purpose and intent of the zoning code.
All right, thank you. Who's going to be the spokesperson? You are. All right. Go ahead and tell us
Thank you,
what
Madam.
you want to do, and please try and focus your comments on the variances that are being requested.
Can you go back to the other side for a minute? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and to the board. Thank you for this opportunity. What we're
I'm gonna ask you just to speak up a little bit.
Thank you, Madam Chairman and members of the board. What we're proposing here is to take this, the old building here and redevelop the 3 parcels into a strip plaza, which would be anchored by a Shell gas station and 2 other retail establishments. We feel that it'll be an overall improvement of the area, and will bring the area into more compliance of where it's currently at right now. If you look at it, it's an eyesore, and the place actually had a fire not too long ago, and it was redone inside, but it's still a major eyesore to the neighborhood. The current lease, I want to take there's a lot of residents here, and the current tenants of that spot, I want to take some of that emotion out. With the gas station, it has nothing to do with the tenants there. Their lease ran out. That's between them and the owner. And I think a lot of people are here are under the impression it's them or this project, and that's not the case.
So who's the owner?
The owner.
You're the owner. Okay, your uncle. Okay.
And to try to simplify things, and we also have the current tenants of the spot. We're not in an adversarial relationship. One has.
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
if there are multiple parcels and you're speaking to different owners and different tenants?
They're all the same.
It's all owned by-
all owned by the owner.
Okay.
There's just a current tenant, and the lease expires in a few months.
So who are the current tenants? These folks right here.
Correct.
Okay. All right, I just want to make sure.
When?
They have less
So
than
the
a
lease
year.
is supposed to expire in May of this year. Last year we signed a one-year option. I did notify them that I would be exercising my option.
Okay, so your wish is to remain
Correct, ideally.
ideally. Okay. All right, so,
So it doesn't expire.
well, it expires, but she's exercised her option to renew if they
approve. Both
if they
parties have
approve.
to approve an option.
Right, okay. So for the record, as owners of the business, please state your name for the record.
Bartik and Sarah.
Okay. All right. Okay, go ahead.
Madam Chair, we have no intent to take them out of their location prior to their lease. That's between them and their landowner, the property owner. We've entered into a purchase agreement with the landowner, and I think they were given the option originally to do so. That I don't have details on that. Now, we approached the councilman with this proposal, and he held a neighborhood meeting, and he mailed 10,000 households. We held a meeting at a local church there. And after that meeting, it was majority supportive of it that lived in the neighborhood, and he gave us his blessing to come forward to the Board of Zoning.
Can I say something?
Wait.
Hold on.
No.
Before we go there.
Hold up.
This is what
No one speaks unless we're recognized by the chair, okay? And only one person speaks at a time. We've got a big group here. We'll get to people. It's gonna be a long meeting. So just hang on.
Madam Chair.
State your name.
My name is Ken Dowell, and I'm working as a consultant with the developer in putting this project together. I have reached out to Councilman Jones in regards to putting the gas station and strip center there on that piece of property. Councilman Jones asked us to go through several different steps before we got there. One of those steps that he asked us to do was to go out into the community and survey the community and talk with the community in regards if they would like to have a gas station there, a strip center there, and if so, what type of entities or businesses that they would like to see in that business. Because we said we're building a gas station as well as we're building a strip center. There would be some extra spaces there that we talked about putting a coffee shop there, as well as we talked about putting a situation where it could be a community center where the community can come in and gather to do things there. We talked about all those things. We went door to door in the community. We knocked on over 400 doors and talked to the community.
Nope.
We have
No rumble.
We bought the petitions today here that we have signed by the residents who knocked on it. We have their names, addresses, and phone numbers of the residents who were in that particular area, who did sign the petition, who said that they would like to see an entity built there on that place. After that, the councilman then said that he wanted to have a meeting with the community to decide whether the community, to let them know everything that happened. The councilman then mailed out to 10,000 households in the community for that meeting. That meeting was held. Out of that meeting, there was about 80 people who showed up at that meeting. Many of the people are here today. They came to that meeting. We expressed we talked about what it was that we wanted to do on that site. They expressed their opinions and everything that they felt about what they would like to see there on that site as well. Some liked the building, some didn't. That's just how it was. Then after that, the councilman asked for the people who live in that general area to raise their hands and to stand up or whatnot. Those people who live within that area of that gas station were asked to stay after that meeting. There was then another, I think it was 12 or 13 people who stayed after that meeting. The councilman then took another vote from the 12 people who lived in that area and asked those people how did they feel about it. There was 11 people who said that they wanted to see the gas station there, and there was one person who said they did. That was the process that we went through to get us to where we are today. As a result of all of that, as Mr. Muhammad said, the situation with the people who own the facility right now has some reservations because they wanted to do some things there. And as a result today, I guess that's why we have all the people we have here today. But as it relates to what we were supposed to do and what the councilman asked us to do for the community, we knocked on over 400 doors. We got names and signatures that you can rectify. We had a community meeting with the people from the community. They came out. We addressed the whole community of the folks that came, and we addressed the people who lived in that area, and we took their concerns in, and that's where we are today.
And what was the circumference of the adjacent area?
It was about a couple of miles around that area. The gas station set in Lee Road, I think we went as far over to the streets of Miles and as far over
South, almost to the freeway south.
All right, do you have a map of that survey area that you submitted? And did you submit petitions
Yeah.
or any signatures?
Sure.
Did that go to our secretary before this?
She's in the bathroom, that is not.
All right, fair enough. Mr. Muhammad, are you the attorney for the landowner?
No, I'm also the consultant in the development.
You're another consultant. Okay. All right, Councilman Jones, I just have a question real quick for you at this point. Is the account that we just heard about the community meetings correct and accurate to your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
It is. All right. Okay,
Did you want me to add to it, Madam Chairwoman, or you want me to wait?
that's all I need right now.
Okay.
Okay, do we have anyone else from the planning team? Hang on.
on behalf of the owner quickly?
Yes,
Okay, I'm gonna stand up for that line.
yes, absolutely. In fact, you can come forward if you'd
Okay,
like.
great.
First, I'm gonna take statements from anyone who's on the planning team, and then we'll move forward, okay?
Good morning, my name is Hassan Saleh. My uncle and aunt own the property. They've owned parcels. So if you bring up the map where it showed the Skyview layout, there's vacant land on either side of the actual store that's existing. So it's about 1 acre plot. It's a 1/4 acre. Where the store currently sits is a 1/4 acre. And to the left, that's about a 1/2 acre. At one point, it was a gas station, as you heard years and years ago. My uncle purchased this property in the mid-80s, I think 84 and 85, the entire 3 plots. We've sat on that land for quite some time. There have been multiple tenants that have ran that grocery store over the years. The particular tenants that are there now have been there over 10 years. I don't know exactly.
19.
How long? 19 years. So they've been there 19 years, and the rent rate is very, very, very reasonable. Currently, that store would yield double what they're currently paying for rent. That's neither here nor there, but that's just how my family operates. We're not gouging anybody for anything. As a matter of fact, my uncle and my aunt, who own the current property, are traveling overseas. They're retiring. They own quite a few bits of property in the area, and they want to liquidate their properties. They've been paying property taxes on whatever parcels they're obligated to pay property taxes on since the 1980s. And as you can see, there's no development there. There has been nothing with that land. The current tenants offered to purchase just the parcel where their store sits. And this is evident. They've said it. We've said it. There was an agreement at some point to purchase just that middle parcel. What would that do to that entire plot of land from street to street? It would kill those other 2 empty parcels. you wouldn't be able to do anything with it, ever. Because if they do what they want to do with the middle parcel and we own the two outside parcels, there's nothing you can do. It's either all or none. So I think there was an agreement at some point, they could agree to that. The agreement was for significantly less price than what the price is now for the plots. But ultimately, they never really made that agreement. There was people traveling overseas and whatnot. And then other people have approached us and said, hey, we will buy the entire plot, all three parcels, and we will build, something for the community, a nice gas station. So we approached them and said, hey, all three parcels is what we want to end up selling. And they were adamant on, no, we just want the one in the middle. They got fair chance multiple times to purchase the entire lot. For the city of Cleveland and any business person, you wouldn't just kill the land. I mean, look at it. It's been vacant since 1985. So in this case, there were few developers that came along and said, we will purchase the entire lot and this is what we'll give you for it. And that's ultimately what's going on currently. So from a position of the owner, it's a business transaction. Take emotions out of this. At the end of the day, what's best for the community is the development of the entire lot from street to street. To just sell one middle parcel, there's no businessman, there's no city that would actually approve that, unless somebody's gonna build something very small on the vacant lot. So that's where we're at right now.
So your aunt and uncle are selling all three parcels, is
It's
that
the
it?
entire parcel from street to street. So whatever's highlighted in yellow is what's being sold.
So have the lots been condensed or no?
They're not, they're all three individual parcels and they're
So
listed
the-
as such. They have three different addresses.
So the prospective seller is,
Consolidate.
the prospective seller's gonna consolidate?
That's-
All right.
that's-
Oh, it would be a joint. It would be one, once the transaction is complete, it would be one parcel.
So you're gonna consolidate before
Consolidate.
before
Yeah.
the transaction?
Yeah, so that's
completed.
from our perspective, if you could understand that, it's 1 acre lot to sell a quarter of an acre in the middle. If it was an end lot, maybe we could do something with the other 3/4 of an acre. But you have 1/4 in the middle, a half acre that's dead, and a quarter acre that's dead. It just doesn't make sense for our family to then continue to pay property taxes when they're out of the country and then the land sits vacant for another 100 years. That just doesn't make sense. For the economy of that street, for that neighborhood, for the city, it just doesn't make sense. And that's why you see all these people here for the most part, is because they want them to stay there. At the end of the day, the lease is gonna be up. Regardless, when the lease is up, I'm telling concrete, there will be no renewal of the lease. So they will be out. It's our right as owners of the property. And that's where we're at. So whether this happens now or later, and it's inevitable. At the end of the day, all three lots will be sold. They have the right still till now to purchase if they would like. If they don't want to exercise that right, then, I mean, it is what it is. It's a business transaction.
You have to testify to the hardship that you would experience.
The hardship is
Right.
as it is. My uncle he's gonna be 70, he just turned 76 years old, February 22nd. My aunt is 74 years old. They live in North Royalton. They travel back and forth overseas. They do 6 months there, 6 months here. The hardship, if we were to sell the one parcel, why would we continue to pay property taxes? You could look at the records. They've paid their property taxes on the parcels they're obligated to for all these years. We're talking about, I was born in 85. I'm 39. I just turned 39 in February. 39 years they've been paying property tax on those two parcels. I mean, times have changed. Evolution. People want to build. People want to expand. You have a new prospective owner of the property that's going to be pouring at least $3-4 million into this entire property to rejuvenate the community, to employ people from the community. I mean, I don't know why anybody would object to something like this. And take emotion out of it, right?
So was the gas station that was built in 1959, was that existing when your aunt and
It was,
uncle
as
purchased?
far as I know, in 85, it was the vacant land was vacant land, and it was just the
vacant
brick and
land.
mortar. People in the
Okay.
community may know better than I do, but as far as I know, in the 80s, there was nothing there, right?
That was it, a lawsuit was there,
Sorry,
and that was it.
just the station, just
All
the
right.
store. Yeah.
Okay, we're not gonna get into a group discussion.
Okay, no, I'm sorry. I
Okay,
just don't know. I don't know
we
what
have
was
too
there in
many
85,
people.
but it was in 1985.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
And you can pull the
And
records.
to your
and see.
knowledge, are the tanks still buried in the ground?
They shouldn't be. Everything should be cleared out.
Okay, do you have any proof
I
that
don't-
the
I don't
tanks have
have.
been?
But that was years ago, prior to
All right.
them.
Sir, are you part of the planning,
He's
the
with-
project
yeah,
team?
yeah.
Okay, so I'll hear a statement from you.
I don't want to take up too much more time. Sorry, I don't want to
Okay.
cut you off. But at the end of the day, I mean, it's business transaction, and the three plots are owned by the same owner, and there's no need to sell one and not all three. It's either all or none at this point. That's what it is. Okay, thank you.
Understood. All right, sir, if you want to make a statement as part of the planning, the project team, please come up.
My name is Marwan Abu Kaz.
Speak up a little bit.
Marwan Abu Kaz.
Thank you.
And I am part of the company that's selling the parcels.
Okay.
I have a great relationship with Mr. and Mrs. Kansara, and I know them for a while. Now, after the community meeting, they came in, and I felt like they wanted the place, So after we finished the community meeting, I went ahead and called Mr. Kansara, and I said, listen, if you want them, they are yours. We can give them to you at the same price that we're selling them. And he said, well, they're a little bit overpriced. Also, he said, my wife, who's Mrs. Kansara, he said she's overseas taking care of her father. When she comes back, this was like about a month and a half or 2 months ago. When she comes back, I'll call you. But he never really did call me, he never said anything about it, but it was offered to him. You could ask him.
Okay.
That's my.
All right.
Thank you.
Understood. Thank you. All right. Anything else?
I can address the hardships for the project.
Right. Really want you to focus on the things that you're seeking a variance for.
As you know, this is a major thoroughfare in Cleveland. It's one of the busier streets in Cleveland. It goes from one stretch all the way to 480. And it's basically really underzoned. That should be a general retail area. There's really, if you look at the retail versus general retail, local retail pulls just from the local community. General retail pulls for more. There's very few businesses out there these days that are really local, that just where you just walk up and go there. And I say that because by experience, I was a zoning administrator for 11 years with the city, and I represented the city on all these board meetings. And I was one of the ones from the planning commission who changed the zoning and wrote the zoning. So it would be a hardship to impose a local retail almost on a lot of properties in the city of Cleveland, not just this one. Now, as to the landscaping on Lee Road, one of the violations there, we're bringing in more compliance than it is currently. And on the side street, we can actually comply with that. So we can take that strip can be complied with. We can take that stretch of those pumps out of there and comply with the.
So you're talking about number 2?
Yes.
On the list?
So you're saying you're not seeking a variance for that?
We don't need a variance. And if you look at what the site looks like currently to where it's going to be, we're bringing it much more compliant than where it's ever been.
All right, so you're going to be in compliance on item number 2?
Correct.
The 6-foot wide landscape strip that's required between the proposed parking lot and Lipton Avenue. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So
These
that
plans indicate that? I don't think they do.
No. So have you submitted plans?
We're not asking, we'd ask to be conditional on us complying, and we would submit those to you.
Okay.
Okay. After looking and talking with our architect, if we like that, because what we're going to keep that for is EV chargers. And EV chargers don't need that kind of spacing. Similar.
All right, so that is the proposed plan?
Correct. On that side, there'll be EV chargers versus the gas pumps. The gas pumps will be on Lee Road.
Okay.
And I mean, to take the emotion out, I guess we don't want to get in it with the owner and the tenant. We have nothing to do with that. I mean, we could easily come back before you in a few months where there's nothing there and take all the emotion out. Obviously, we won't kick them out and start building until that lease. And I think we have a lot of residents here because there's a motion, is it this store versus the gas station? And that's not fair for us. I don't think it's this versus that. I think that's inevitable. That site's going to be redeveloped and that store is not going to be there unless the owners decide to do something.
And so am I correct that there's going to be other retail besides?
Correct.
You said strip center.
Yeah, the strip center. What we're proposing is first we have to get the green light and try to get a high-end coffee shop there. And what we're proposing is a small area, whether it could be used for a police auxiliary station, how they used to have, or a small community hall where the community could use it if they need for meetings, to keep a space.
So is the coffee shop intended to have a drive-through?
No, it's not intended to have.
All right, so it's gonna be walk-up only.
Correct, walk up and inside.
The goal
You know
was,
what?
the goal was to try to put a Starbucks there or something along that lines, but in order for us to get to that point, we needed to make sure that we had, were able to secure the land as well as securing the blessing of the councilman to help us pull in a big name, big box like that to come into our area.
Yeah,
We need the main anchor first before the others will come in.
right.
Yeah, so we figuring Shell will be the main anchor, and from there, we'll be able to attract in who we would need.
Yeah.
All right. All right,
And we've tried to do everything that we're supposed to do. And I know the owners, the current tenants there have put a petition telling their customers to sign. I don't know if they have the full detail of actually what the project is. Because we met with the community and addressed all their concerns. Some of the people here may be the ones that were there, some may have never heard of the project before.
okay. All right, so, let's just go specifically to the variance items. So, number 2, you've taken off the table. Number 3 is the 10-foot setback on Lee Road. And you're proposing a 4-foot.
And we would be more compliant than any other place on Lee Road with that strip.
So is there, tell us the reason why you can't be in full compliance.
If we push that, that may pull it and make it very, very, very tight to actually, to make it usable. And I think it would be a hardship because it would be, for that area, there's no one else that's even close to what we're proposing. I mean, if we need to push it a little more, we can negotiate with planning and jockey the pumps a little bit and maybe bring it to 6 feet instead of the 10.
I think that would probably be preferable.
Sure. I mean, if the board feels that way, I think we can.
Just throwing that out.
Yeah.
Okay,
And the use, it's well within the board's authority to grant a one-use jump from local retail to general retail. I think it would be a hardship, not just on this property, many properties, to hold them strictly to that local retail. Especially how the market and the strip centers have evolved over these years, and the time that we're in, almost nothing is local. Very few things are local, and I can tell you the zoning code hasn't been updated probably since the 50s and 60s. It addressed local and general retail.
okay. All right. Ms. Leonard.
Good morning, Shannon Leonard, Chief Zoning Planner and Interim Zoning Administrator. So this property is actually located in the Lee Harbor City Planning Design Review District, and there's a 50-foot specific map setback from the street center line onto the property. I would recommend that you listen to the use variances today, and for any type of site modifications that would go through the planning if they were granted.
Okay,
Or you adjudicate on the site today.
okay, great, thank you. All right, at this point, just by a show of hands, how many people attended the community meeting that was held? Okay, all right, okay. Okay, all right. Not many, all right. So I'm gonna, all right. We have the gentleman in the back who's part of the project team. Did you have any further statement about what happened at the community meeting?
Not really, no, the only thing is just because, Mr. Kansara and Mrs. Kansara were there, and, since they were there, I felt bad.
Okay, all right,
Oh, Mr. Kansara.
yes. So I'm gonna go to you as the store owners, go ahead.
So just a couple of things regarding people not being able to attend that meeting that you just asked about. I have a copy of the flyer that was sent out, I guess by the councilman. It did it was somewhat misleading because it did say it was regarding plans for Lee and Miles. Now, Lee Miles is the next major intersection, which is a much more ideal location, traffic-wise, safety-wise, property values-wise, for the residents in the community. So I think that partially may have been why people didn't attend the meeting, because they may be okay with it down there. They do not want it in the middle of their homes.
Okay.
So a lot of people weren't aware. Regarding what Hassan had to say about the parcels, we were not looking, and I know that's not a zoning committee issue.
Right.
But I just wanted the people who are here and supported us to know that we have made efforts. We're not trying to buy just the middle parcel. We sit on 2 of the parcels. I pay the property taxes on those 2 parcels. Those are the 2 parcels that we did verbally come to an agreement about for the price. And then the meeting never came to fruition. We were never able to, because he was overseas, I had to go overseas and whatnot. So the meeting never happened. By the time we were ready, and all parties were ready, the price tripled. So that's why it's a hardship for me to put in 20 years, pay over $1 million worth of rent, and then be expected to pay triple what we had initially sort of verbally agreed to. I have a text with the actual price that we had agreed to. So, but like I said, the meeting, they were at overseas at the time, so the meeting couldn't happen. It wasn't us that delayed that meeting. I just want the customers to know this, that we did make an effort to buy the property. We do want to build a brand new, and the customers know this as well. Yes, there is a lot of emotional support, but another thing I wanted to say was, we also came up with the landlord, when we have talked to him, he has said to us, just buy it and build a gas station. Well, number 1 for us, the price tag. Number 2, we don't have experience with gas stations. But number 3, we still entertained it. We could get them at all those obstacles can be overcome. We still entertained it. We took it up to the councilman in 2022.
22.
And we were flat out told that
Joe said
community
no
doesn't
gas
want a gas station. We were told that at least twice by the councilman. Do I have a record of it? No, I don't. But we have witnesses that
We have the record of it.
we have a record of the meetings that happened. So we were told flat out, no.
Okay. All right, go ahead, sir.
My name Mohammed. See all these people here from the neighborhood. This guy, he say he knocked 400 doors in the neighborhood. Did anybody see this guy?
No. We don't. No. You make a statement. You make a statement. You're not here to.
Gas station, and I stayed almost 20 years in this neighborhood. I have 14 kids living in this neighborhood. If you put gas station here, it's dangerous. This area, we have 6 gas station, 500 feet in this location. The Park gas station, 500 feet, we have 5 of them. Each gas station violation, each gas station criminal, everybody, we're not safe. See, all of them wear chair, all of them all the school, mosquito coming to gas station, walking to the gas station, the neighborhood. I will see from the 400 door, 2 or 3 people here with this guy from the neighborhood. All the neighborhood want to need gas station. And it doesn't matter if this lady has lease finished, the neighborhood, and people living in the neighborhood who need gas station there. It's dangerous for us, dangerous for kids, dangerous for everybody.
Okay. I'm only going to speak to the people who attended the community meeting that already happened. So you were there, sir?
Of course, for the community, my name is Daniel Morgan. On 6712, talking to Joe Jones, know who I am. At the same token, they keep talking about the community. They did not address to the community. The community feel very, very unsafe for the gas station. We for the comfortability of the community. We ain't for the economical. That's y'all prospect of it. We for the comfortability of our community. I'm born and raised over there. I'm gonna stand strong about it. And these people here, my mother and father, they still living. But I stand very strong for it. And Joe Jones know this. It's a bad idea.
Okay, thank you. All right, so have I spoken to everyone who attended the actual meeting? So you attended the meeting? All right, go ahead.
Okay, my name is Marcia Good. Mr. Jones knows who I am as well. I live adjacent from this property. I can look out my window and see it 24/7.
And adjacent where?
To, on the corner of Lee Road and Seville.
So you're not,
I'm,
your property doesn't,
okay.
You're on the same side.
You see Seville?
yeah,
Right there. That's where I live.
okay,
Okay.
all right.
I live there and I've lived there for 50-something years. Okay, so when I moved there, that gas station that they're talking about was not there. There's always been a community store on that property, even prior to them buying that land. So community store. There is no way, Lee Road is already, it's a hazardous street. It's a racetrack. It's loud music and cars. The last thing we need is a gas station right there. The idea of a community store is much better if they can figure out whatever to do, but a gas station, go up to Lee and Miles. That mailing that came out was 199% misleading.
Okay.
It was misleading. It said Lee and Miles. It said nothing about Lee and Lipton or Langley.
Okay.
Nothing. So that was totally misleading. So I am 100%, like I said, as a resident who pays property taxes and keeps their property up because that's my home, I am totally against a gas station being built here.
Okay. Tell me again your last name, ma'am. Great, okay. And you've lived there how many years?
52 years.
Okay, so you moved in.
Actually, let me say this, since 67, because my parents owned the house next door to me.
Okay. And the gas station didn't exist when you moved in?
It did not.
Okay.
There was a store there because I worked at Mr. Butler's store and the cleaners that was there.
Okay.
I was the child that worked there, so there was a store there.
Okay, so the people that attended the community meeting that already happened, I'm gonna go to this lady in the beige. Your last name?
My name is Sherry Hewitt, Hewitt. And I did attend the community. And it was capacity proud. So if any others could have come, they couldn't have gotten in. And it appears to me, as I recall, people at the meeting were opposed to the gas station. They said that they don't necessarily, they thought it was a poor location. They thought it would have been better on Million Miles rather than what it's proposed.
Do you live adjacent to this parcel?
I own property on 162nd Street. And my father, I grew up in there. We about 65 years. So I know the neighborhood. I know the neighborhood and I know the residents. And they don't want a gas station.
So, but are you physically adjacent to this parcel of land? You're not. And when did you move into the neighborhood?
My father built his house in 1958.
Okay.
No, I'm sorry.
Okay, anyone else I'm sorry, ma'am, your last name?
Brown Martha, I'm the president of the Lee Seville Miles Citizen Council. And this is a neighborhood organization that have meetings once a month. And we try to have speakers to share information, to give us updates, as well as resolve issues that are brought to the attention of the organization. I live off of 174th and South Miles. I frequent the store right on Lee Road all the time. And they are very supportive of our neighborhood organization over the years. The concern that I have is that there was not enough, I would say, communication to everyone in the area, Lee Seville Miles area, would be affected by the gas station, not just necessarily Langley and Lipton, but the entire neighborhood, Lee Seville Miles area. And not everyone did not receive notification about the community meeting, which was scheduled for December 5th. I attended that meeting. In addition, we're not opposed to having development. We're not opposed to that. What we're opposed to is the gas station because of the location. too much traffic. There's also concern about safety and security because there has had been in the past a number of robberies. There have been a number of other negative activities. And because of that, if you have a gas station, I'm not saying that all gas stations will have a security problem, but how do we know that you're going to have security or police officer or someone who has security credentials there 24 hours a day, if it's 24 hours? It's not going to be a 24-hour gas station. How do we know that you're not going to have one inside and outside? Because that is a great concern about security. Environmental issues are also a concern because of gas bills. You're right next to a residential area. You take a look at a number of gas stations all over the city. The majority of them are in the business district, not where there's residential homes. I'm gonna stop.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right, did I get everyone who had attended the?
The meeting as well. I came late, but like, Sherry said, it was a took a taxi. I used to go to the.
You gotta speak up. Yeah, Ms. Neville, I got you here.
Okay.
How about if you stand up so we can
Yeah,
get you
sure.
in the mic a little bit, okay?
The greatest threat is environmental, just like Mr. Brown said, it's to our health, okay? Gas stations, in residential areas as opposed to, having it in businesses causes, cancer, benzene, which people aren't talking about. Once it's released into the air, it affects our air quality, okay? And our groundwater. And so the purpose of us being here is, like she said, we're not opposed to development, but we're for health. We have older people, we have children, and this cancer can be increased for the residents, you know, inhaling this benzene. It's 150 chemicals in the gasoline. They're not talking about that, okay? They're talking about a fire that recently occurred there, but having a gas station, the likelihood of an explosion is much greater. Okay, take the emotion out of it. No, we're not going to take no emotion out of it because we've been in this community all of our life. And then you're talking about a high-end coffee shop. Okay, Starbucks is not coming into our community at this point because you know we're looking at earnings of 90,000 plus. So what you're saying, Starbucks targets high income. Okay, this is still our community, and we oppose it, and that's why we are here.
Thank you, Ms. Neville. Okay, and there was.
Let her go first.
Go ahead. Tell me your last name first.
Simpson. First name Jones.
Gotcha.
I lived in this neighborhood since January of 1959.
Are you immediately adjacent to this parcel of land?
Mm-hmm. I live in the senior citizen building, the Market Apartments at Lee and Tarkington. Now, I grew up in the neighborhood, and I'm old now, and majority of us that grew up in the neighborhood are in this neighborhood. So that's a neighborhood of mostly seniors. Now, I can't understand why it can't be at Miles and Lee because it's bigger than this. And honestly, we have too many people in my building that ride the wheelchair up to that store. Now, we do not need a coffee shop. People, when they come to the gas stations, they fly in, they fly out. They might not even see any of the wheelchairs. But this is our neighborhood. And honestly, it's across the street from Joe Jones's office, but we don't need that. And honestly, Lee and Miles is bigger than this. But it's too many seniors in this community.
So your concern is really the traffic?
Mostly the traffic, yes.
Okay.
And like I said, it's a lot of people in my building that drive their motors, wheelchairs up there. And we don't need that. We do not need that at all because at Lee and Tarkington, 2 or 3 times, people fly to highway. One time, 2 or 3 people got hit right at Lee and Tarkington because people are speeding. We don't need that.
Okay.
And like I said, you have too many seniors. It's a senior community, which we have children, true, and some young people, but people that grew up in this community still live in this community.
Thank you. All right, sir, go ahead.
All right. How you doing? DeBar Jones. I don't know if anybody knows, but the partial here that's adjacent to Language, I own that. The one.
I'm looking at the
Oh, I'm
map
sorry.
behind you, so
If you
the
go to
house,
left, the left.
the green space
green
that's
space.
on the left.
Yes.
All right.
Now, dating back to when we had the meeting for the gas station, 22-ish, I can't tell you the month, but Joe can tell you. He absolutely told us no gas station. Nothing. He said 1000% is not a gas station going there. So he said what the people, and he did say what he wants to see is, he wants to see that building look better. But us not owning the building, we can't put the money into the building to make it look the way that he wants it. The nephew, I know him just from face, but some of that he did say was accurate, but we did try to buy the land. The numbers was crazy. So he said, well, what can you give me across the street? We're at planning and survey. We're at survey, because that has to be consolidated to one partial because some of it was commercial, some of it was, it's already been consolidated. So we have a permit for here at City Hall to build a new store in the green area, which you're looking at on the.
So your store is gonna go to the green space?
Yes.
All right.
Convenience store.
Convenience store. We're moving actually 4501 license at 4501 to, it doesn't have an address yet, but I can give you a partial.
Has that been through planning?
We haven't got that far. That's the thing. We haven't even, we're just so going back and forth with this gas station thing.
Yeah.
We're doing everything in steps. It still has to come through planning, but at the end of the day, when we proposed gas station, it was absolutely shot down. I mean, shot down. I get everybody has their emotion. At the end of the day, it is business. But at 19 years, at $4,500 a month, you do that. So the prices that they're giving us is like skyrocketed. It's like it doesn't make any sense. So what we did was we just bought a parcel next door. We have the license. It's already hot for what I mean by hot and dry. It's already liquidated for liquor license. So it wouldn't be a problem with moving across the street because it's still zoned for liquor and beer. And like I said, at the end of the day, it is business. We do get that. But when we try to conduct business in the right way, we believe, we were like, just excuse my language, shitting them with the price that they tried to sell us all the parcels, not just the one parcel, because it makes no sense to buy one parcel. We tried to buy from Lipton to Langley. Couldn't come to an agreement. Then we did have an agreement after the fire. Once the building had a fire, it was a shell. We offered him what, $550? $550. He still,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
We don't need to get
Okay,
into the
okay.
numbers or everything, but
But
yeah.
it's just, I
So,
mean.
and have you spoken with the councilman,
Yeah, Joe
Councilman
knows,
Jones
Joe
about your?
knows about all this. Everything we're doing, we're trying to do by the books. The only thing we didn't do by the books, and I will say that is, everything has to come through zoning. So once Joe shot the gas station down, when we took it back to the people, they say, oh, we told them Joe said we couldn't put a gas station. First thing they said was, we don't want a gas station here. That's what they said. So we also have our signatures, which I dropped off the zoning throughout from the first, fifth of,
All right.
I gave them to this young lady right here. We have our,
Do we have those lists as well?
yes, petitions
Okay.
also.
Okay. All right.
So like I say, it's like, it is a lot of emotion here. I will say that. And like I say, it can get nasty sometimes, but people just want to protect what they have. And a gas station coming here with us going across the street, that would completely wipe us out. I'm not even
Okay.
about to sugarcoat it. And like I say, if the numbers were fair, we would have bought the location.
Okay.
But at the end of the day, it's business. So
All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Just looking here, we've got 40 pages of petitions in opposition to the new gas station. All right, I'm gonna go to people that we haven't talked to, okay? And as we have gleaned from previous statements, there seem to be 4 points of objection. Security, traffic, environment, and health as part of that. We are really focused here on the variances, and the first one is the gas station is not permitted in local retail district. And the third one is the 10-foot setback off of Lee Road. Okay? So I'm going to begin over here with you, sir. If someone repeats the same information, please pass your comments along. Take a pass on making a comment. All right? I want everyone to be able to have a voice, but you're limited to 2 minutes at the most. And if someone else speaks to your point, please be courteous to everyone else's time. Okay, so I'll start over here. Please be as brief as possible.
I don't need a gas station at all.
Okay.
Number one, a coffee shop is gonna bring a lot of problems. When people come in the wrong coffee shop, they just shoot. You go on gas, they just shot a gas station up on Spring, Rockport. And then if you get to the gas station, all these little challenges come in, buying gas, spit it all out in the streets. By running into somebody, it'll pump, blow up everything.
Okay.
We don't need nothing.
Great. I think we got that. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead. All right. Okay, next, sir.
They said, well, we know that. I'm here for the store.
Okay, you want the store, but not the gas station. All right, sir.
I mean, the gas station is gonna turn into a war zone. Period, point blank. Turn into a war zone. Too many gas stations get shot up, just like that one on Lee and Harvard up there. Both of them gas stations get shot up all the time. You got too many kids around there that like to walk the streets and have fun, you know. And a gas station would do nothing but turn it into a war zone. On top of that, you got plenty of gas stations up and down Lee Road. You got one right there on Powell. You got one right there once you pass the Kraken with the 40 freeway, you got the Marathon right there. And then if you go up Lee Road, you got the 2 right there, right across the street from the Lee and Harvard Plaza.
So how many is that? 4, 5?
6 gas stations. And then if you go up South Mile,
Okay.
you go down
Don't everybody chime in. This gentleman is speaking.
It's just too many gas stations. Too many gas stations. Then the fumes, you got older people that live around in the communities that don't want to smell gas fumes. And then you attracted not just the people in the community, you attracting everybody at that point. You attracting some of people because Lee Road is a busy street. Yeah. It's some of everybody that come around there. You know, it's just a gas station.
Okay, thank you. Ma'am.
Carmen Reese. I purchased my home in 2004 on Lincoln, and the store has been there. I have a teenage son. He walks to the store all the time with his friends, and that's the only store in the community. There's no other store.
Okay. How old are your boys?
One more, 15.
15. Okay.
And no gas station. And then a lot of people over there don't drive. A lot of them walk.
All right.
A lot of wheelchair people that go to that store.
Okay.
Very
All right.
for the wheelchair people that go to that store.
Ms. Sanders?
Go to the gas station.
Anything to add? All right.
Madam Chair, if we could remind everyone in the room, we do have a court reporter. We do need to keep everything clear and concise and through the board, through the chairperson. Otherwise, the record won't show exactly what you're saying. So please be sure not to talk over each other.
And state your name.
All right, so we're on to Mr. Hardy. Is that
Jones.
Jones? Okay.
I've been a resident of this community for 71 years, and I am definitely opposed to this.
Okay. Mr. Wright?
I'm sorry?
Mr. Wright. Are you Mr. Wright?
Yeah, I'm Mr. Wright. I agree with everybody here because I'm also a member of that community. My grandmother is 99 years old, a member of that community, just recently died. Been a store, a cleaner, everything. Never gas. We don't need gas. We need bread. We need eggs. We need pop. We need milk. Give me things to keep the next generation, my grandchildren, my little brothers and sisters, my nieces and nephews alive.
Okay.
Something to help them so they can grow and have a chance just like all of us did.
Great.
So I'm opposed.
All right. Noted. All right. Ma'am, why don't we go to you? What's your last? That's it, Ms. Hardy. Okay.
I'm very opposed to a gas station. The store is like a family to me. I can go in there half the time. If I don't have it, they let me get a leeway and I can go back and get it. Joe Jones has something else that he needs to be focused on with me losing my daughter in 2019. He's supposed to be getting her a bench, never focused on that. It's going into 5 years. My store has been there for me through my thick, my thin, my good, and my bad. We don't need no gas station, all right?
Thank you, ma'am. All right. All right. George?
Yes.
You're next. Please state your name again. Can you stand up for us and maybe speak up a little
My
bit?
name is George Kitson. I've been living in the neighborhood for 70-some years. And it was 2 gas stations, one on Lipton, and it was one on Blanding. That was called Amaco. I don't know if they ever built the tank up or not. And the one over on Lipton, I don't know if they did. That's my concern. If the tank's still there, is it going through the water? I mean, through the
Yeah.
through the ground?
All right.
No gas in.
Thank you, George. All right, I have Ms. Powell.
Yes.
Go ahead.
I'm an employee of the store and.
Oh, one second. We got Ms. Powell here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I've been going to that store since I was 18. I'm 53 years old. And I work at the store. And it's like a family. And I see everybody in here in that store and they come to me for their lottery numbers or just to come in to buy little things. And it's nice to have the same store that I went to when I was 18.
Are you full-time employment?
Yes.
Part-time?
I'm full-time.
Full-time employment. All right, so.
And no gas station.
All right. So, full-time employee. All right. Yes.
You know, every time I look at that big picture on the wall, and I'm looking at all those residential houses around it, as many gas stations that I've seen, I've never seen them sitting in this residential area. So that really makes me really sick. I just didn't think. Second thing, they talk about these tanks, the gas stations. I still don't know if all the people, we've been out here over 60-30. I don't even know till now if all those gas tanks are out of the ground. And we can't see, we were trying hard to find out. Because, I mean, we don't want too much longer. It's my 87 year. I say thank you God for that. But when I look at that, when I think about gas in our neighborhood, when I think about tanks that might be in the ground, we don't need nothing to gas tanks.
Thank you. Okay, I have David Jones.
Or that's me.
Oh, that's you. Okay, we've already got you. Sorry, I mispronounced it. All right. Who's next? Go ahead, sir. If you can stand up and then speak up for us.
Tim McCord.
Tim,
That's like a family, environment. For different reasons, you don't have no car, I don't have a car. A lot of people don't have cars to go to, big markets or anywhere else. And that is the convenience for everyone. Take care of their needs, you know? And that's the beautiful part about it. I don't have no car. So it be in shape walking there, you know? But thing is, nice environment, you know, because I mean, there's all the crazy things happening now, you know? So it kind of keep yourself in line, you know?
okay,
That's the beautiful part about it.
thank you. All right, this
No, I
lady,
want no gas station.
I think we understood you were going there with that. All right, go ahead, ma'am.
I'm Sheila Dixon, and I just want to say no gas station.
Okay, thank you, Sheila. Okay. Did I get Barb Whipple?
I'm here.
Oh, you're here, okay.
I wanted to read this. This was a letter that we had sent, but it represents like 5 families. So it's only gonna take about 2 minutes because I'm.
That's all you got.
As a resident of the Lee Harbor community for over 40+ years, we are writing on behalf of several families who are opposed to the construction of a gas station convenience store at 4495 Green Road between Langley and Lipton Avenues. Despite all the modern and safety guidelines, gas stations still pose a significant hazard according to the National Institute of Health. Hazardous levels of benzene, a cancer-causing carcinogen, and ozone, which causes respiratory problems and asthma, are still being detected. The EPA states that underground tanks can leak and chemicals can enter the soil and groundwater. High exposure to gasoline fumes, whether liquid or vapor, can cause organ damage, according to the National Library of Medicine. Gas stations are a magnet for armed robberies, shootings, and other crimes that put employees and our families at risk. Gas stations are fire prone. According to the National Fire Protection Association, there are over 5,000 fires reported in the U.S. per year. Accidents involving tanker trucks are not uncommon. The high intensity lighting, noise, loud music, and the increased traffic will impact our neighborhood in a negative way. It is difficult making a left turn from Langley or Lipton onto Lee Road now. Last but not least, our property values will decrease. It seems to be so unfair to subject our families to the dangers that this type of business would bring to our neighborhood. Respectfully, and I have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Whipple. Okay, Daniel Morgan,
I spoke earlier.
you did, okay.
And I want to still say, spoke about a Starbucks, man. I ain't seen a Starbucks in no rural area in the city. They all in the suburbs.
Let's go.
Yeah. I didn't ask for it. I'm just saying, that's jobs. It's been a lot of jobs.
Okay. All right, Donna Sutton? Yes, ma'am. If you'll stand up, speak up for us.
My name is Donna Sutton, and I'm probably. But what I can say is, we live in the senior building that's down the street, and this store is such a convenience for a lot of people that come up to the store, those of us that don't drive. I think the one thing that I'm really impressed about is when I first went to the store, I didn't know what to expect. I thought it was going to be some nasty looking thing and all. I just didn't know what to expect. When I got in there, it's really a nice building. But the thing that really impressed me is the respect that they show us. They don't treat us like a number. They don't disrespect the women by saying, "Hey, baby, what can I do for you?" You know, and then I have to straighten some guy out and say, if my brother can't call your sister baby, then don't call me baby. Because I'm very offended. So you don't get that at the store. All I get anyway, but I'm sure I'll do it too, is respect. Helpfulness, respect. I don't know if I can respect that. Thank you.
And love.
All right, Mr. Simmons, did you have anything else besides and love you wanted to add?
Well, yeah, you know, the store for us. For us. See, our building is senior citizen and disabled.
Okay,
Now, a lot of them can't make it, you know, up there to Lynn Harvey to like Dave, unless they get a ride. And now, sometimes they even say, "Here, lady, go come down, go to the store for me and get such and such." And I'll go, because I know they need this. But the store treats us
Great family.
like family. And I mean, to build a gas station? Oh, no, I'm totally against. Matter of fact, if you look at your map on Harvard alone, you got 4, I think. 3, okay. Then you got 1 on Mile. 2, okay. Yeah. Go further down, it's another.
okay. All right, so Mr. Simmons is saying that the area is saturated with gas stations. Okay, thank you, Mr. Simmons.
It's me about the store.
Okay, all right. Okay, Renee Brown?
No gas stations, no strip club.
All right. Starbucks? That's new vertical marketing.
Strip mall. Strip mall.
Yeah, I told them.
Knew what she meant, but we were amused by that. All right, Cynthia Merritt. Okay, thank you, ma'am. Gregory Hood.
Yes, I just wanna say that we have rules, zoning, building codes and things like that. You know, so everybody needs to know at least follow the rules. Yeah. If the owners had owned that property since 84, that's a long time ago, it's been sitting like that since 84.
So let it sit, what you say?
It should have been.
So let it sit.
Okay. All right, don't go back and forth. All right, I have Mr. Richardson. Warren?
He left.
He left. All right. All right, tell me your name again.
My name is Pramod Kansara. I'm the owner of Superman Market.
Okay,
In my opinion, this store, what they propose to build a gas station, the parcel is not big enough. That's why they are asking for variance. Also, you have 7 or 8 gas stations in the area. They sell also tobacco product and alcohol product. And that's why they are asking for another liquor permit to put it at with the gas station. So in my opinion, they can develop this site and all that. What the community needs is maybe the produce store, fruits and vegetable stores that we don't have. You know, we're gonna work on this.
you bring up a question that I was going to ask you, once we heard all comment. But, the folks are saying that they frequent your store a lot. Are you selling fresh produce?
That's what, right now, we don't have the space for it, but when we move in the new location, we will have produce also.
We do
Okay.
have some
We
limited potatoes and onions. That's whatever the customers ask us for, that's what so we just add on as they.
Okay,
request things.
all right.
And we have a church that comes and brings us produce. At
Okay.
least twice a week, as a giveaway.
That's love right there.
And they give food away too.
Right.
And the store-
All right. Okay, I think we got the picture, folks. All right, one sec, have I heard everyone from the community? One time. All right, I've heard everyone from the community one time. All right, I'm gonna go to you in the back since you're representing the property owners.
So all I have to say.
Please stand up and,
We've heard from everybody in the room, obviously. They've attempted to build a gas station themselves and they were shot down supposedly by Councilman Jones. Hypocrisy is key in this case, because what I'm thinking is that if these tenants had the opportunity to build, the entire room would be in support of them, correct?
No.
Yeah, they would. Unless they're not the ones.
well, they're saying no, so.
Because they're not the ones, in my opinion, because they're not the ones that are doing this project and they were outbid on the price, now nobody wants a gas station. So just keep that in mind. We have to.
Okay, all right, no. All right, folks,
It was reneged, it was reneged.
don't make me pull out my gavel. All right, everybody gets a chance to speak one time, and then we can take some rebuttal. So we're back to you.
If I can, I knew there was gonna be a lot of emotion and we were discussing how to go
Correct.
forward because there's still some issues with the landlord and the tenant here. That's why a lot of these people are customers there and there's emotion for that store. Obviously that eventually, we don't wanna push them out. We weren't gonna start till their lease ended and that legal component is done. Now, I wanna address some of the issues they were talking about. There hasn't been anything built, talk to the council in this ward, in the past 8 years. And now you can talk to the, and we had this meeting when this was discussed at the meeting. They can't tell you one development, one brick and mortar thing that has gone up in this ward, because no matter what you put, and this is what we had conversations with council, everyone is opposed to anything. It doesn't matter what you put. If you put a dog park, they don't want it. If you want to do this, for example, let's address now the environmental issues. There are no tanks on that site for the people to know.
Is that correct?
That
So the tanks have been remediated.
Shell would not go there if they were. And here's another thing, just for the record, because this was brought up on some other projects, there's a lot of misconceptions about gas stations. They are not a brownfield liability to the city or to the state because they are in their own super fund. You have to be insured and you have to have a bond to back it up. And that's full, usually the environmental companies fight over taking it and cleaning it up because there's a fund there to do it. So any station, and I offered this to the planning commission, okay, because we're in the environmental business to build gas stations. If there is anything the city has, there's.
What? You can't.
Like a gas station on the corner.
No, sir, you can't just,
I'm just throwing that. So those don't hold water. The other thing I was going to propose to the thing, and I knew the emotion, and I talked to the tenants there. We can withdraw our proposal and come back after this lot is, vacant, and come back and see what the community wants. To take a lot of the emotion out of it, maybe it was a mistake to come while the actual location is still operational. So I would ask the board. I mean, I don't want to take up your time, but it seems a lot of people are following the tenants there, and they're not really looking at the real picture. So to take that emotion out, I would ask the board to entertain a motion to withdraw our request for the application.
so at this point, you're asking to withdraw?
We'd reconsider it with the councilman, and since they're saying the councilman put, it wasn't accurate, his meeting, I'll ask the councilman at that time to come up with a more accurate description, and maybe in the summer we'll have a meeting on site outside.
We haven't heard from the council. No, I'm gonna go ahead. Okay.
Madam Chair, can I say one other thing? As it relates to the councilman, I just want to be clear with the residents. I want to clear this up with the councilman. This process of us going through this has been over almost a year. When we first went to the councilman, he said the exact same thing he told you guys. I do not want a gas station there. That's what he said. He said, but Ken, if the community wants it, I'm not opposed to it. That's why we went through the steps of going through the survey. And people saying we didn't go on the streets, she has them. You can look on there, there's addresses and people there. We went, maybe he wasn't at home when we knocked. I didn't do it for my man who's saying you never seen it. It wasn't me, it was, we had people who went there and went on the street and knocked on the doors. That's why we went through that first step. After we got that, we gave it to Jones. Jones looked it over. He said, I still want to have a meeting with my community because my community still need to pitch in on this. And we had the other meeting. I don't know about if people felt it was misleading. I'm not sure about that, but I do know for a fact that it got mailed to 10,000 households in that community, which equates to over 20,000. people because it's one per household. And that's what he mailed. It was a city council mail that went out.
Okay.
And that I do. So I just want to
Okay.
clear it up that Jones did not come out here and say that he wanted this. He went through the process, and that's why we're here today.
All right, well, I'm gonna go to the man himself, Councilman Jones. We've heard all this testimony here today from all the folks in your ward. So, I'm gonna go to you for your comments, please.
Thank you. It's really nice to see a vigorous debate and to hear the various opposing sides of this. And I appreciate Mr. Kendall's comments, because a lot of where I'm at on this particular subject matter and issue, has been eloquently expressed, not only to him, but anybody trying to build a gas station in the neighborhood. I've always opposed gas stations in the neighborhood for a number of reasons. One of which, we have several gas stations in the community which are not functioning up to the par that they should. I think there's only one gas station, which is a new gas station, Race Fuel, that has invested in their facility, and whenever I ask them to do something, they're on top of it. One of our major issues, Madam Chairwoman, as you are aware, we don't have that many police in the community. And because we don't have that many police, it's very difficult to have a gas station in the urban core because unfortunately our people don't know how to act right in the respect of young people shooting each other, robbing each other, and killing each other. And it is right, Mr. Jones' comments when they wanted to put a gas station in the new parcel that they wanted to develop out because they didn't want to stay in the old location. I told them no, we would put a gas station on that parcel. That the neighborhood would be opposed against any such gas station at that site. And then when the proposition for building a new gas station between Langley and Lipton, I mean, I fought left and right with the group. But at the end of the day, as a public official, it is important and incumbent upon me to make sure I represent the interest of all people. So I felt that democracy needs to weigh in. If you want to have a gas station there so bad, and I told you a gazillion times why I don't think it's a good idea, then go out into the neighborhood and take a poll. And Mr. Dow sent a team out, and they began that proposition to do that. When we talk about the current location right there, it has not changed in the time since I've been 24 years of age. The store layout has been the same. There has been no upkept at the site location. I have said it on several occasions to the previous occupants who are there. And I'll say this, I don't have anything against the previous occupants. I actually like them. I like the Jones group. The issue is communications and improving the lot. Now, anybody that lives in the neighborhood will know I want the community to look nice. I want development in the area. When we look at that portion of Lee and Miles, it has fallen down to the ranks where now is considered a poverty zone. And the majority of the homes now that are being purchased by LLCs, and they're putting Section 8 people in, and they're turning all the property into rental property. We've moved from that area being an 80% home occupied neighborhood to now being only 40% home occupied and 60% rental properties. We have to reverse that trend, but we have to get new development. We must build new homes. We need new infrastructure. And so I've been working hard for the last 6 years to get the powers that be to move and focus in the direction of that. Now, as it relates to the Jones Group, I did tell them that if they want to, they're not getting any investments over there, the landowner is not improving the property. If they build their own piece, I would support them. But I would not support a gas station. And then they were courteous. They had the respectability of not pushing the issue. Once I said no, they didn't come up with any plans to put a gas station there. They came up with the proposition and they gave me a drawing of putting a store facility there, at which time I tried to reach the people who were looking to put the store there communicate with them since earlier parts of the summer and to no avail. Until recently, when the proposition of a gas station and community meeting came up about that area. Now, I don't like to get into the middle of stuff. I believe in letting democracy weigh in. A number of the citizens who've spoken there this evening, it would have been nice to hear from them on every piece. Now, I made one or two people who were there. I may have talked to them, but I haven't heard this kind of protest from them. They haven't called me on my phone. And when I send my stuff out, I put my cell phone on there. I don't just put my office number. I want you to call me. I want to hear about the issues. That's why if I would have heard about those, if I would have heard what I'm hearing in this testimony today, we probably wouldn't even been here at this meeting right now. And there are those who are sitting there, and I asked them, where were you at on the issue? And they didn't tell me. And so now their perspective and opinion is a little bit different. And so I got all these phones all over the place. And I encourage all of my citizens to make those phone calls and to get back with me. But I do appreciate the fact that that the gentleman did postpone and pull back and make the request to pull it back. Now, what I would like to see is improvements on that property. It has been no investments there. There has been no improvements there. And we need to rebuild and redevelop the African-American community that's been so neglected for quite some time. And as long as God gives me the breath, I'm going to represent those people. And that's the reason why we had a neighborhood meeting. I did not want to do like many have done in the past, Madam Chairwoman, pop up a building there and none of the citizens knew about it. None of them had an opportunity to express themselves in democracy. And whether they forgot to make a phone call or didn't make a phone call, the good thing about it is that we have these meetings so that at least we can hear from the people and their perspectives as it relates to the various different issues, in this case, gas stations. So I'm appreciative to hear the testimony that I heard. I look forward to working with the property owner at the one-stop location to improve that condition. And I look forward to working with the Jones Group that is there. And make no mistake, is no relative of mine, Mr. Jones, but his group in terms of what they want to see put there at that location. But at the end of the day, we need to develop all the Lee Road out. I have no further testimony.
All right, thank you, Councilman Jones. Appreciate that input. We have a request for withdrawal. City Planning, did you want to chime in on anything before we close this up?
We have a few sites that we can run through, but
Okay, all right. I want to thank everyone for coming down today. Excuse me. Particularly given the fact that by observation, one second, by observation, we have a lot of wise people in the room, meaning those of advanced years. So that the effort to come down to City Hall is appreciated in that regard. The other thing we'll say is that we always say that while we encourage and hope that the council people will have community meetings and that the community will engage, and that if there's a community development corporation for the area, that they're involved, we like to see everybody getting together and sorting through issues before you come before us. But this is a public meeting. And so that is why we took the time we did today to listen to comment from everyone. Because this is the public meeting. And so you've had the opportunity to weigh in on what your opinions are of the situation. So we have a request to withdraw. What often happens, this reminds me of another project that we had on the west side, actually. what often happens when we have this sort of situation is that this becomes the catalyst to come up with another iteration that is improved, and ends up being superior to what the plan was initially. And so I think what is probably going to happen is there's going to be something better come of this. And it's going to be beneficial to all parties involved. And so if you still want to go forward with your,
I want to take all the emotion out, and I don't want any gray, anything gray over what we're doing. If once this is all the air is clear between the real estate, we'll have a conversation with the councilman, and we'll have that neighborhood meeting before we come back if we decide to come.
right. Okay. Any other comments from the board? All right.
For coming, everyone.
Thank you.
Yes, madam. Yes, yes.
One second. Councilman, go ahead.
What I want to say to all parties, I appreciate you, Madam Chairwoman, and your proposition of a superior product. The city of Cleveland is working very diligently to bring monies to the southeast side. So I've also talked to the Jones Group about being able to get funding, and then whoever's doing or want to do a future project, this site location, we're open to help you with this project. That's all I wanted to say.
Great. I think there's some definite opportunity here. You've stayed with us and heard all the statements, and the appreciation and the support that the current business owners have. It certainly appears that there's an opportunity to work with them on something that would be even further beneficial to the neighborhood. It appears based on the testimony we've heard today. So thank you, Councilman. Really appreciate your time and presence in the meeting with us today.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, for doing.
Thank you. All right.
Just wanted to address the petitions per se. Petitions were mentioned. Now, regarding our petition, the idea was brought up in the room that it was all based on emotion. Our petition clearly states, the people who signed at the top, it says, petition to Councilman Joe Jones to not have a gas station because gas stations bring increased crime, increased traffic, and decreased property values. There's no mention of, we have to please save this store. People who signed it, it's under the understanding that they do not want a gas station. On the flip side, the councilman is saying that he's admitting, or he is agreeing. It sounds like he's for the people. He wants to hear what they have to say. And he's saying that they came up and said the petition, there was a petition in favor of the gas station. Now, this is going to be hearsay, but what I've heard from some of the people who are approached by their petitioners, because they were allowed to question our petition, so I'm going to go ahead and question theirs, but some of my customers told me that when they went door to door, they gave them false information. They said, it's the people up the street, it's the people who own the store now, they're the ones trying to get the gas station. So yes, emotion is a word that's been thrown around today. Some of those, so it works on the flip side too. If they thought that we were building it, those people who are in support of it may have just been in support of us. It's not pro gas station. So if that's what the councilman is banking on, now the councilman has heard his people speak.
Right, and that's exactly, that's good. This will be my parting comment, and then we have to move on. We still have other cases to hear. So this, as I said, this is the public meeting. This has been, and I said this at the beginning, this has been the largest group of people from the community that we have had since before COVID. And so, I mean, and that is both in person and all the online meetings that we had while we were working remotely during COVID. And so, the councilman sat through the whole meeting, your development folks, your landowners, they've been here through the whole thing. And what I always tell people is that This has now been on the public record. Everyone knows what everyone has said. And going forward, it should be able to, there's been more clarity and transparency. So everything should be able to move forward and you can have a meeting of the minds. Okay? So thank you, everyone, again. This gentleman has had his hand up. He's probably lost the blood flow to his hand.
Is there a question pertaining to, variance or voting for the gas station that I talked to?
They withdrew their case.
And we'll get a result.
No vote. Well, we had 2 gas stations. Are you talking about this one, sir, on Lee Road, or are you talking about another one? Yes, we're not voting on this one because they withdrew the case.
So
Okay.
they cannot do anything on that. They cannot do the gas station.
I apologize.
If you want the gas station to stop, then
Well, yeah. Yeah. I absolutely have to take a break before we proceed. I have a headache. Bob? What case are you?
Thank you for reminding us we're on the
Let's do.
record.
Are these online?
There's a phone number present, which could be for either case, I'm not positive.
We do not have,
Let's just go in order. So,
we do not have the councilman, right?
Correct, Forensic is not here, correct? He's above his area and he's not here.
Okay, excellent.
That's you, Shop, first on the list.
Yep. Is that our guy that left though?
No,
What- what- what case are you?
We had more than one
residential,
Caduceus.
743 East 165th Street.
All right. You're both for that?
She came with me. Come on.
All right, I say we do that.
Yeah, I'd say we do that too.
Okay. Ms. Holzer, we're gonna go to calendar number 24-022.
Yeah, come on up. Come on up. They'll pull it up.
Yep.
I won't be sponging all of those other people was here.
We haven't had a room that full and
It scared me. to
like
death.
most of my board has never seen the room that full. Were you here when it was that? No.
No.
So no one except me has seen the room that full. All right, are you gonna make a statement or no, Ma?
No, I just want to say, what was funny was, you said, we know don't nobody want gas station, so if you done heard it, don't say it.
Yeah.
Everybody. just-
Everybody had to say it. I knew that was gonna happen. Yeah. So, all right, Ms. Holzer, we're gonna go ahead.
All right,
At 24-022.
sounds good. Our next case is calendar number 24-022. This is at 743 East 165th Street. Property Stack Acquisitions LLC owner proposes to establish use as a residential facility for a maximum of 5 occupants in a B1 two-family residential district. The owner appeals for relief from the strict application of the Cleveland Codified Ordinances as stated in the agenda and the public record, of which there are 2. And with that, I will hand it over to Ms. Wilson for the oath.
Thank you, Ms. Holzer. I will swear in all who are present for this matter. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth? Please raise your right hand, reply with I do, your name and your address.
Tony Maskingill, I do, 743 East 165th Street.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in this matter? All right, hearing nothing, back to you, Madam Chair.
Awesome. History of the property, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's been no change in the zoning since 1929. In our Records Administration Office, we found that in 1913, a permit was issued to erect a dwelling and a garage. There are no variances on file for this address. And then in the more recent history, we saw in 2012, a permit was issued to, for oh my gosh, I can't say that.
Condemnation.
Condemnation correction, thank you. And that was in 2012. And then we do see that after, and it was September of 2012. After that date, we do see there were residential electrical permits, plumbing permits, HVAC, refrigeration permits, all in 2012, after the date of the condemnation correction.
So we had mechanicals and HVAC?
Yeah, plumbing and electrical.
Okay. Great, awesome. Okay. We'll take legal standard next, please.
All right, Madam Chair, members of the board, appellant is requesting a use variance and an area variance from the minimum distance requirements of the zoning code. To obtain the use variance, appellant must prove that denying the request will result in unnecessary hardship particular to the property such that there will be no economically feasible use of the property without the variance, will deprive the appellant of substantial property rights, and that granting the variance will not be contrary to the purpose and intent of the zoning code. To obtain the area variance, appellant must prove that denying the request will create a practical difficulty not generally shared by other land or building in the same district, will deprive the appellant of substantial property rights, and that granting the variance will not be contrary to the purpose and intent of the zoning code.
Thank you very much, and thank you for hanging with us through all this morning, Jason. Okay.
You're welcome.
Hi.
It's Europe, finally.
Okay. I'm a little nervous, so bear with me.
It's all right.
When she spoke about the house in 2012, I bought it in 2012. And when I turned the knob on the front door, it came off of my hand, and I didn't know it was on the condemnation list. I took everything I had and put it into that house. My mother died.
You need a
And going
tissue,
through-
hon?
As long as my nose don't start running, I'm good.
All right.
And I went through a whole lot of things, and I didn't even have a mortgage on my house. And I sold it to pay for funeral and things with my daughter that was going on. Not paying attention to
Thank you, Liz.
the fact that, damn, I live in this house.
Yeah.
But on top of that, I take everybody in. And that's what I do. That's why the wheelchair ramp is on it. And I didn't get a letter from the VA or anything because I just wanted to do it because that's where my passion and that's where my heart is. When I ran I said, okay, I'm gonna just go ahead and make it a group home and do state versus just always taking people in for free because it's a nonprofit. But at the same time, somebody helped me. Yesterday, I celebrated 28 years clean. No drugs, no alcohol, no nothing.
Wow.
My mother and father used. My father drove me to the VA so many times because we didn't have a place to stay. And nobody would ever take them in. So I've been helping people. And the lady said, I went through her class and everything. And she said, Tony, just make it a state house. Her and I sat there at the class before I paid my money for the class. And the group home that's at 856 London, it came up like 1,003 yards. So I'm like, okay, I'm cool. I did it, paid for the blueprints and everything, like $2,500, plus all of the classes and everything. And then the city came back and said that it's like 900 something. And I'm like, wait a minute. So the guy said, well, why don't you just appeal? So I'm here now under this appeal. It depends on what part of Google you put it through, where it comes up to more than 1,000 feet. But this is my passion. I have been I've been a state tested nursing assistant since 1990. In 1996, when I got clean, I decided that that was too hard. So I went to home care, and that's what I've been doing. That house, I sold it, but now I'm paying so much rent. I pay $2,200 a month because I don't want nobody staying upstairs over me because we lived in the whole house, me, my daughter, and my grandkids. So now it's like, if I can't put a business in it, then I'm gonna have to move and I'm gonna stay with the people because right now I don't have anywhere else to go. But I've taken all my classes. I've done everything I'm supposed to do. I pay my taxes. I even own the lot. I still own the lot next door where the wheelchair ramp is. And I don't want to leave the community. And I love helping people. So that's my list, my hardship and what's going on in my world. But I did pay for my mother's funeral. And I did pay off my student loan.
When did mom pass?
Huh?
When did mom pass?
My mother passed in July 3rd, 2023.
All right. So that's still pretty fresh.
Not knowing that I could have just went and got a loan because my credit score is over 700. I literally sold my damn house.
So can I call you Tony?
Yes.
All right, Tony. Give us the specifics, okay? Because we always ask
Okay.
the same questions when it comes to these sorts of homes. So hours of operation, how many residents you're gonna have, how you're gonna feed them, how you're gonna administer the meds, what kind of staffing you're gonna have, how many people to a room, all that kind of stuff.
Well, right now, the way I have it set up, everyone would basically three residents will have their own private room. I have one room where I took the wall and I knocked it down. And that's just like a huge room. And I will put 2 residents in there. Everyone has their own TV. There is cable, because I think if you pay rent, you're supposed to have amenities for what you're paying.
Okay.
We're all human beings. Meals are provided, snacks are provided. I work at a group home right now. And what we do is we leave, we have a small refrigerator on each floor.
Like a dorm fridge?
Dorm fridge, and that's where we keep all the liquids for the guys to just go in and out whenever they feel like it, as far as dehydration and stuff like that. That way they always have water, Gatorade, and some does have soda. Then as far as like medication, the medication is locked up at all times. We will have someone who works all 3 shifts, and we even have someone to sleep there at night, because that's just me. I don't.
Okay.
Gotta have supervision.
So are we talking one specific gender, or? is it
Mainly male.
Male,
Male.
okay. And what age group?
The youngest, I'll say 50. Oldest, 90.
All right. And you put in the ADA lift. So are they gonna be ambulatory, or somebody?
I would prefer ambulatory. My uncle, he lived with me until he passed away, and he was wheelchair bound.
Okay,
So that's what we had, a wheelchair.
all right. Though some people who are still ambulatory can benefit from the lift, so, all right. So we have men 50 to 90. We're gonna have somebody in the house overnight. We're gonna have 1 staff person. And the meds are locked up. Are the residents gonna be able to take their own meds, or is someone gonna have to pass them for them?
Someone has to give them.
Someone has to administer the meds, okay. And what about, are you offering transportation to get
To
them?
and from all appointments.
Okay. All right, any other questions, board?
So 1 staff person, 3 shifts, 1 staff person per shift, so you're gonna have just 1 person working all those shifts?
No, someone will come in during the day, and 9 times out of 10, which would be myself on the 3rd floor, when I come in at about 8, I'll say, I get in between 5 and 9.
Okay, so how many employees total then? Just 2?
Two. Xavier, can you put up the radius map for us, please?
There you go.
Is the blue?
Sorry.
The
yep.
blue is me over
Blue
here.
highlight, yep, yep. Blue highlight is the primary question, that the home icon is the currently existing.
That's 2 streets over.
And do we know the nature? This is always our question. Do we know, we don't have, do you know the other people, the other group home at all?
I don't think they have any. I never see any activity. I see they're limiting, it's like multiple businesses in that one building.
Oh,
So,
okay,
but I never see people.
all
I
right,
never see residents.
okay.
So it's not a house?
It's like a building. There's apartment, it look like an apartment buildings and stuff upstairs.
Okay.
But then on the 1st floor, I think what they did was just opened it up. It's real nice. Oh my God, it looks real nice. But they have the lot across the street too, and he have like, what do you call it? Like a party bus thing, and then they have like a couple limousines and stuff over there too.
Okay. Adds to the information.
Was it too much?
No, I
Oh.
appreciate it, man.
No, no,
Information
good.
all day.
Information all day. All right. City planning, you want to weigh in?
Yes, hello, my name is Xavier Day, representing city planning. We don't see an issue with this residential facility. The one that is currently existing generally further away, it doesn't look like the area is oversaturated, as you can see on this map as well.
Right.
The applicant's requesting 5 people. And, this is near a corner lot, so, you know, as, Maurice used to say, these function similar to businesses, but as we heard the testimony, these are seniors that are being served, so it's not like there's gonna be a lot of traffic coming in and out of the home. So we recommend.
Okay, thank you. Board, anything else? If not, I'll take a motion.
Madam Chair, I move that we approve calendar number 24-022 based on the testimony that we've heard today, that the appellant will be operating a group home for seniors. There will be 5 residents, meals will be provided. Someone will be on site 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The residents will be primarily males from 50 to 90 years old, and the appellant will have 1 staff person per shift, 3 shifts, 2 employees total.
Madam Chair, I second.
Thank you very much. Will you call the vote, please?
Sure. Ms. Olson?
Yes.
Ms. Alter?
Yes.
Ms. Brown?
Yes.
Ms. Roca?
Yes.
Ms. Bailey?
Yes.
Calendar number 24-022 is granted. It'll be ratified next Monday. We will send you a letter, but you can also contact our office next Wednesday for further instruction.
You can take some tissues for the road, huh?
Y'all enjoy your lunch. Woo.
Good luck to you.
Yeah, best of luck to
Take
you.
care.
You keep those men in line because, you know, they're older, but they can still get rowdy.
You don't have to tell me. I take them in. It's called medical foster home
Mm-hmm.
from the VA. And believe you me, my best friend has had to come and help me several times. Like,
Yeah.
wait a minute.
I know you'll keep them in line. There you go. Those are
Thank
her
you.
credentials.
Thank
All right.
you. Oh, and I had letters from all of the neighbors on my street. It's only.
Well, if, have you,
Yeah, I
yeah,
submitted them.
yeah, absolutely. You give them to Liz on the end,
Yeah. I
and
submitted
that'll
them
be,
too.
that'll be part of your file,
Okay.
okay?
Very happy to have that.
So, you know, should,
Huh?
Met with the lady for class.
BJ Brown.
BJ Brown.
Yeah, that's.
You know
she's
her?
My mentor.
Yeah, she's the one that, the reason why she probably did this in the right order is because of BJ Brown.
oh, is
I
it?
met with her before.
Excellent.
She
Okay.
have you do the order, the steps before she even take your money. For all of
They
the
have to do
classes
it
and
for her.
everything.
Good.
Very good.
So, money well spent for her then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He sit down and walk you through each and every step,
Good,
the paperwork, what all you need.
good.
Good. Thank you, ladies.
Thank you. All right.
And I didn't mean to bother you. Be well.
Have a good day.
Okay. You too.
They just met all over the wall.
Last case of the day, calendar number 20-020.
Anyone still?
Do we have an appellant for this case?
Looks like the only person who's not staffed I see is Darquita. But I think her case was already called, but we could ask just to make sure.
Are you sure?
I don't
Do we
see-
have anyone online for calendar number 24-020?
I think it was postponed.
Yeah. All right. Did we have any communication from them, Liz?
Let me check to see if maybe we got an email on there.
Gosh, just work too.
Let me check our other email.
We have a hard stop at 1:30, so do you want to do?
Yeah, we're gonna,
Yeah, Madam Chair, I don't see any emails. Sorry.
okay. All right. So dismiss. Without objection, board?
Without objection.
Thank you.
Without
Moving on to
objection.
old business. Old business 4 through 8, is that right?
Yes.
I don't have a highlighted sheet with me, so. All right, old business 4 through 8 without objection, board?
No objection.
Without
Without
objection.
objection.
Awesome. All right, we have March 11th agenda has been, did it get sent out, Liz?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Anyone anticipating being absent from March 11th?
No, but I will have some absence in April that I'll send.
Okay. And anyone anticipating recusals for March 11th? All right, awesome. We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone, for your patience and time today.
Thanks, everybody.
That was old school Bozo. That's the way life used to be.